Chapter 568. The little Cauldron opened its mouth in an extremely aggrieved manner, and a large amount of pink mist sprayed out from its mouth. Ding! With a crisp sound, something fell to the ground. Suyu lowered his head to look, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. The true spirit dragon tendon, the black iron chest, the 8 desolation flute, and the underworld pearl were all inside the pink mist. The small Cauldron's watery purple eyes became misty, and it jumped out of Wu Aoyue's embrace. It then jumped onto the ground and used its nose to push the treasures that it had snatched toward Suyu's feet. He had the intention of handing over all his treasures. Suyu was still unable to react. What just happened? Why did this infant immortal spirit recognize him as its master? Moreover, this was only the second time that Suyu had seen it. They had never interacted with each other before. How did he become the owner of the little Cauldron in such a muddle? Master, it's not your spiritual pet. Wu Aoyue was also dumbfounded. Suyu came back to his senses and asked hurriedly, when did it appear? It happened not too long ago. Wu Aoyue was at a loss for words to express her feelings. That little Cauldron was definitely not an ordinary demonic beast. It was definitely a deviant spirit, and there was even a slight possibility that it possessed a true spirit bloodline. It had taken the initiative to recognize Suyu as its master, but Suyu did not recognize it. Such a treasure that was delivered to her doorstep was almost killed by her master. This was the first time Wu Aoyue had heard of such a bizarre and unimaginable thing. When it came in, it said that it was your spirit pet and had been waiting for your return on the profound feather spiritual pomegranate tree. I didn't expect that you would kill it as soon as it appeared. Wu Aoyue clicked her tongue. The small Cauldron had already brought the treasure to Suyu's feet, and it was squatting on the ground pitifully. It raised its head and looked at Suyu. Suyu was still confused, and he was slightly on guard. Why did you recognize me as your master? When the little Cauldron heard this, it immediately stood up like a human and its 2 little hooves were gesturing in the air. Its mouth was babbling indistinctly and it couldn't speak clearly for a long time. In the end, the small Cauldron became anxious, so it lowered its head and bit its right front hoof, causing a wisp of blood to come out of it. Then, it spat the blood on Suyu's body. Its blood was extremely hot, like flames. When it splashed onto the skin, there was a burst of burning pain. Suyu didn't try to avoid it, as he knew that this was the little Cauldron's way of expressing something. What surprised Suyu the most was that the small Cauldron's blood had entered his body through his pores and fused with his blood. Before long, a faint pink mist also appeared on the surface of Suyu's body, which had some characteristics of a Cauldron. Suyu's body went from a physical state to a state of nothingness. This surprised Suyu greatly. Could its blood directly allow others to possess its innate abilities? However, what shocked Suyu even more was that deep within his mind, there was a ripple that had been silent for a long time. The fluctuations contained the aura of the little Cauldron. A long time ago, his body already had the little Cauldron's aura. Suyu's mind rumbled, and a bolt of lightning flashed past. He speedily took out a pink scale from his interspatial ring and comparing it, it was the scale on little Cauldron's body. You were the one who absorbed my soul energy from the skeleton. Suyu cried out involuntarily. He was as shocked as he could be. In the past, he, Gang Daily, Qin Jiuyang, and Yu Chan had been transported from the evil Ghost Valley to a secret room in the corpse grassland. There was a skeleton in the secret room. Later on, when Suyu took it out from the silver puppet's body and opened the nothingness rib, a large amount of soul energy had been absorbed, and he had fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he discovered that his lost soul had increased dramatically, and his cultivation had also achieved a breakthrough. The rib's crack was empty, and there was only a scale left in its place. At that time, he had been puzzled, but now, everything was clear. The thing in the rib was the sleeping small Cauldron. Suyu had awakened it, and while it was absorbing his soul, they had formed a master-servant relationship. Thinking about it, the large hole in the hard silver body of the silver puppet was also dug out by the small Cauldron. Feeling the true master-servant relationship, Suyu had mixed feelings for a moment. After all, the small Cauldron was Suyu's spiritual pet. After understanding Suyu's feelings, the small Cauldron was full of grievances, and its big eyes were filled with tears. It twisted its head and looked like it was throwing a tantrum. Suyu smacked his lips and didn't know what to do. After a while, he squatted down and stroked its head. He then said in a gentle voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. I was in a coma that day, so I didn't have any impression of you. Did I scare you just now?" The small Cheline felt even more aggrieved, and its tears flowed unceasingly as it gestured with its little hooves. Suyu suddenly realized that he could understand the meaning of the small Cheline's gesture. "Are you saying that you left by yourself to look for treasures for me?" Suyu asked. The small Cheline nodded its head in grievance and started whimpering. Suyu didn't need it to say anything, as he had witnessed it being chased by people and fleeing everywhere. If it hadn't been gifted with the ability to switch between reality and illusion, it would have met with misfortune by now. In the end, not only had it not been recognized by its master, but it had also almost been killed by him. "Since you knew that I was its master, why did you snatch my real spirit dragon veins in the wisest Milky Way formation?" Suyu voiced his doubts. The small Cheline gestured once again, and Suyu quickly understood its meaning. He couldn't help but be moved. "Are you saying that you knew that this item was very important, and you were worried that someone would covet it and attack me? That's why you snatched it in front of everyone?" Suyu was shocked. After the small Cheline snatched the item, it had shifted its attention to him. At that time, the small Cheline had been protecting him. As he recalled what Xia Jingyu had said, the small Cheline had broken the 4 divisions mountain tumbling formation and pounced toward him. It seemed like Xia Jingyu had misunderstood it. At that time, the small Cheline had sensed Suyu's aura, so it had come over to acknowledge him. However, it had been discovered by Xia Jingyu and the others, and its identity as a young real spirit had been exposed. The small Cheline realized that if it acknowledged him now, it would bring trouble to Suyu. Hence, it had treated Suyu like a stranger. After everything had been settled, it turned into a void and entered Suyu's 9-jade spiritual pearl. Suyu picked it up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for troubling you. Although we have a soul connection, it's still our first time meeting each other. Why did you have to go so far for me?" As it felt Suyu's understanding, the small Cheline's grievance was greatly reduced, and it gestured with its hooves. "Are you saying that you want to thank me for releasing you from the seal? Are you saying that you want to repay me?" Suyu asked. The small Cheline nodded its head. Suyu's fondness for this small Cheline grew even more. Its innocence, cleverness, and mischievousness made him feel like he had just met Xiana for the first time. Suyu stroked its head and said sincerely, "If you don't have a home, then the 9-jade spiritual pearl will be your home from now on. If you have a home, I will send you back once I'm safe." The small Cheline shook its head and gestured. It meant that its previous owner had already passed away, and it was the only one left. Was its previous owner referring to the skeleton's owner? It seemed like it belonged to the divine master Tumo Su. You wondered what kind of person he was when he was alive, as he had unexpectedly captured a young real spirit as a pet. Chapter 569. The only thing he knew was that this infant real spirit, which even an all-creation old monster yearned for, had become Suyu's pet. However, Suyu thought for a moment, then said, "If you don't have anything else to do, just stay in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Before you become strong enough, appearing here means great danger." Infant real spirit. Just these words alone were enough to shock everyone. Once it appeared in front of people, it was obvious that it would be hunted down. Hearing this, the small Kylin was somewhat dissatisfied. It was naturally lively, and it seemed like it didn't want to stay in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. The small Kylin rolled its eyes and jumped off Suyu's body, its whole body flickering with pink light. A moment later, a woman's figure walked out of the light mist. It was a beautiful and ethereal face. Her beauty, which didn't belong to this world, overshadowed all things that claimed to be beautiful and made anyone who harbored evil thoughts feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was a breathtaking beauty. Xia Jingyu. Suyu was shocked. The woman who walked out of the light mist was Xia Jingyu. Her beautiful appearance and her otherworldly aura were extremely similar. The only difference was that Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes had been replaced by a pair of small Kylin's purple pupils. Coupled with Xia Jingyu's appearance, it added a strange sense of mystery to her. Su Yu was startled, and he only reacted when the small Kailin jumped into his arms. He then pushed it away uncomfortably. Cough. Cough. Why did you become like this? Su Yu asked. The small Kailin still couldn't speak clearly, so it gestured with its two hands. It meant that it was naturally proficient in illusion techniques, and ordinary people couldn't tell it apart. However, Su Yu was more concerned about it. I'm asking you why you became like Xia Jingyu. The small Kailin tilted its head and gestured with its hands. It then said indistinctly, Master. In your soul, the person who engraved the deepest. Su Yu's heart shook, and he became absent-minded. The most important person in his heart was Qin Xiana, so when did it become Xia Jingyu? Impossible. Impossible. Su Yu was slightly flustered. He could deceive himself, but the small Kailin wouldn't. According to its senses, Xia Jingyu's impression in Su Yu's soul was deeper than Qin Xiana's, so he had become like Xia Jingyu. After remaining silent for a long time, Su Yu revealed a bitter smile. When the mountains were barren and the heavens and earth were united, only then would I dare to be with you. When he heard these words, he should have known that the most important person in his heart was really Qin Xiana. Could it be that there had never been a Xia Jingyu? It wasn't that he didn't have it, but he didn't want to admit it. If Xia Jingyu were to marry someone else one day, what would Su Yu do? Could he really watch her marry someone else? Between Qin Xiana and Xia Jingyu, who did he love? It was difficult to satisfy both sides. The human heart was only so big, and it could only contain one person. Once he had one, he couldn't contain the other. He thought that he had Qin Xiana in his heart, but in reality, he had Xia Jingyu in his heart. Did he really love Xiana? After knowing each other for a few days, they became engaged. After that, they separated for a short time and then separated again. To this day, he hadn't even had a proper conversation with Xian. What kept them together was the fiancé contract, Qin Xiana's sincere attachment, the fact that she was always considerate of Su Yu, and the fact that Su Yu was filled with love and responsibility. For Qin Xiana, Su Yu's responsibility and protection were greater than his feelings for her. For Xia Jingyu, Su Yu had true feelings for her. Time and time again, she had risked her life for him. Time and time again, she had moved him. Time and time again, she had gone through thick and thin with him. It was all because of Xia Jingyu. If Qin Xiana's feelings were like a trickling stream, silently nourishing all things and making people feel reluctant to part with her, then Xia Jingyu's feelings were like a surging river. Then Xia Jingyu's emotions were like a surging river. It was always shocking, exciting, and unforgettable. Bitterness filled the corners of his mouth. For the first time, he admitted his heart. However, he didn't want to face the most. Master, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Let me change my appearance. The small Kailin didn't understand Su Yu's expression. Its figure flickered, and this time, it changed into Qin Xiana's appearance. It was vivid and lifelike, and even its intelligent and playful eyes were exactly the same. So, Qin Xiana is really behind me. Su Yu was startled for a long time. The joy he had felt from obtaining a young real spirit as a spiritual pet had dissipated. After he calmed down, Su Yu looked at the small Kailin and said, "You should change your appearance." The small Kailin nodded, then obediently changed into its human form again. This time, it changed into Lu Chuyi. How could it be her? Could she be second only to Qin Xiana in Su Yu's heart? Immediately, Su Yu understood that the feelings in his heart weren't romantic feelings for her. They were feelings of guilt. Among all the women, Lu Chuyi was the only one that Su Yu couldn't let go of. More importantly, she had someone else in her heart, and Su Yu had taken away her first time. Su Yu was filled with guilt towards Lu Chuyi, so he had left a deep impression on her. Do you still want to change? The small Kailin blinked its large purple eyes, its small mouth twitching as it gestured with its hands. Its expression was playful, the complete opposite of Lu Chuyi's coldness. Forget it. That's it. But, if you can avoid leaving the 9-jade spiritual pearl, try not to leave it, Su Yu instructed. The small Kailin giggled and intimately rubbed itself against him. Su Yu pushed it away helplessly, then changed the topic. By the way, Why did you pounce on the heavenly orchid silver bamboo just now? Do you like to eat this kind of spiritual item? An real spirit item's diet might be unusual. However, the small Kylin shook its head. It pulled Su Yu to the nursery, then pointed at the right of the two seedlings. Su Yu was puzzled. After observing it carefully, he realized that the heavenly orchid silver bamboo on the right seemed to be slightly dimmer. The one on the left was green and lush, while the one on the right was slightly dimmer. The small Kylin gestured again. Su Yu understood and was shocked. Are you saying that there's a worm growing in this seedling? The small Kylin nodded its head, then opened its mouth and inhaled. A formless suction force, which contained an invisible power, traveled from the surface of the seedling to the depths. A pink mist flickered, and a worm the size of a grain of rice was sucked out of the silver seedling. It was round and wriggling on the ground, looking full. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo can grow worms? Su Yu was very surprised. How hard was the seed of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? It wasn't any weaker than the root in Lu Chuyi's hand. What kind of worm could burrow into the heavenly orchid silver bamboo and devour its essence? Looking at the dim and haggard seedling of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, Su Yu couldn't help but feel angry. He lifted his foot to stomp it to death. The worm was so strange. Once it multiplied in the nursery, any crops planted in the future would be destroyed. Wait, master, Wu Aoyue called out after thinking for a moment. As she spoke, she ran over and placed the seedling in a jade box. After observing it carefully for a moment, her face gradually filled with shock and doubt. Wait, master. Let me check the books. I think I've seen this kind of worm in the books about ancient spiritual worms. Ancient spiritual worm? Speaking of which, these two seeds of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo were quite old. The worm's appearance was also very sudden. Before this, there hadn't been any worms in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Could it be that the ancient spiritual worm sleeping in the seeds of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo had been awakened as the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sprouted? Chapter 570. Upon closer inspection, the worm, which was about the size of a grain of rice, had a smooth and glossy body and was emitting a lustrous glow. Its body emitted a delicate fragrance, like the fragrance of a flower. Moreover, an extremely strong life force seeped out of the worm's body slowly. The seemingly weak worm's life force was no weaker than the white smoke fire glass frog's. Wu Aoyue took out a thick book from her space ring. It was called the Ancient Spiritual Book. This is the Book of the Purple Cloud Palace, Wu Aoyue said. It records the ancient spiritual objects that have appeared in the history of the Jojo continent, including some ancient spiritual worms. Wu Aoyue flipped through the book quickly. Many pictures appeared in the book, and she compared them carefully. After flipping through more than half of the book, she still could not find the corresponding picture. Wu Aoyue could not help but wonder if she had remembered something wrong. In the end, after flipping through the entire book, she still could not find the corresponding picture. Wu Aoyue's eyes flashed. Maybe I remembered wrongly. Su Yu was also disappointed. This book recorded almost all ancient spiritual worms. If this worm was not among the ones recorded, it was unlikely that it was an ancient spiritual worm. It could be just a slightly special worm. Chapter 571. Even if it was the lowest level of mutation, the silk it spat out would not be ordinary. Even if he could not use it, Xiana, Xia Jingyu, and the Duke of Xianyu could. Yes. Wu Aoyue took out a slightly larger container and placed the worm inside. She would throw in food from time to time. However, both she and Su Yu did not notice that when Wu Aoyue took back the arms bowl with the demonic beast pattern, the second pattern streaked across with a beam of light. At this moment, Su Yu finally had the time to deal with the 4 treasures that the little Kylin had stolen. Su Yu raised his hand and sucked the real spirit dragon veins into his palm. He was delighted by the fact that he had regained what he had lost. This kind of thread-like magical treasure was Su Yu's best offensive magical treasure. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that no one knew that the dragon vein had actually returned to Su Yu's side. Next was the 8-directional bamboo flute. This flute could control souls and possessed an extremely powerful deathly energy. Su Yu had witnessed its terror with his own eyes. It was a pity that the matching ruler was missing. 8 Desolation 6 Directions. The 8 Desolation flute was used to attack, while the 6 Directions ruler was used to defend. The 6-directional ruler had most likely been swallowed by the silver puppet's blood threads along with by Egen's death. After that was the Yellow Springs Pearl. Like the Desolate Sea Lost Pearl, this pearl was sealed in the final inheritance land. This showed how important it was. The Desolate Sea Lost Pearl contained the power of thunder, which was an important material for the prototype fairy artifact to enter the next stage. As for the Underworld Pearl, it was Suyu's first time hearing about it, so he had no idea what its effects were. The treasure of the Ghost Realm, the Underworld Pearl. Wu Aoyue followed Suyu's gaze and looked over. Her eyes were filled with surprise and shock. Could it be that Master has entered the legacy of materials guarded by the descendants of the Guardians? Suyu asked, "Why? Do you know about the Underworld Pearl?" Wu Aoyue clicked her tongue. In the 9 prefectures, who doesn't know him? During the Great War between humans and ghosts 100 years ago, the Lord of the Ghost World released 5 treasures refined from the Underworld Pearl and slaughtered all the old monsters in the Jojo continent. No one could stop him. If it wasn't for the sudden situation in the Ghost Realm that caused the Ghost Realm's army to retreat, I'm afraid that our 9 prefectures would have already been destroyed by the Ghost Lord. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes flickered. Jojo's human clan and the Ghost clan had such a great battle. Also, was the Underworld Pearl that powerful? There should be more than one all creation's old monster in the Jojo continent, right? This Underworld Pearl should have been left behind by the human clan's all creation's old monsters when the Lord of the Ghost World retreated. Judging from its power, it should be much more damaged and no longer as mighty as it was in the past. If the Underworld Pearl was at its peak, Tianjizi wouldn't have ended up like this. Do you know the details of that great battle? Suyu asked. Wu Aoyue shook her head. That battle was extremely huge, and it affected the entire Jojo continent. As such, I am unable to explain all of the details to you. The only thing I know is that more than half of the almighty humans from the human clan perished, and their vitality was greatly damaged. The owner of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, Tianjizi, unfortunately perished in the process of surrounding and attacking the king of the Ghost World. Even the fairy artifact, the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, was destroyed, and it is now floating in the void. Back then, there were countless strong martial artists who died or went missing at the same time. After some investigation, it was found that there were many relics in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion that belonged to those strong martial artists who had gone missing. It was unknown what happened, but they were all sucked into the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Suyu raised his brows. No. Tianjizi perished at the hands of Xue Di, not at the hands of the king of the Ghost World. If you are interested, you can look for some ancient books to read. There are many such books, but only the large factions have records of more secretive information. The Purple Cloud Palace has them. Suyu nodded, deep in thought. All right, we'll talk about it later. He naturally couldn't go to the Purple Cloud Palace, not because of Wu Aoyue's identity, but because of Lu Chuyi. Lu Chuyi was the outer sanctum elder of the Purple Cloud Palace. How would he have the face to go to the Purple Cloud Palace? What is the use of this underworld pearl? Suyu picked it up curiously. Then, he suddenly realized that he couldn't grab it. It was as if this tiny pearl was the weight of dozens of mountains. Wu Aoyue pursed her lips into a smile. It seems like you already know the use of the underworld pearl. In this world, the underworld pearl is the densest. Only strong martial artists who cultivate body-strengthening techniques can wield this pearl. The fact that the little Kailin could bring it here must have something to do with the space in its body. Suyu suddenly understood. Could it be that the unusual weight of the central star in the wisest Milky Way formation was due to this underworld pearl? This item could even crush all creation's old monsters to death. It would be strange if Suyu and the little Kailin could grab it. This pearl contains the essence blood of the master of the ghost world. Even all creation's old monsters can't refine it for their own use. Master, you shouldn't spend too much effort on it. Even if it can be refined, you still need to cultivate a strong physique, Wu Aoyue said. The underworld pearl was a supreme treasure of the ghost world. It could only be seen but not touched. It was completely useless. Is that so? Suyu stroked his chin as he placed his palm on the underworld pearl. With a thought, a silver talisman slowly rotated in Suyu's palm. Before long, a wisp of black ghost energy, which reeked of blood, slowly seeped out of the underworld pearl. Wu Aoyue was startled, and then she was horrified. The imprint has been expelled. You! What have you done? The shock in her heart was even greater than when she discovered the existence of the 9-jade spiritual pearl, a supreme treasure that even all creation's old monsters couldn't refine was successfully expelled by Suyu. How was this possible? After a while, Suyu retracted his palm. His face was pale, and he seemed very tired. He was also extremely shocked. He had used the Milky Way star sand to purify the imprint, but the Milky Way star sand had only absorbed 1% of the imprint. Moreover, it had consumed a great deal of his mental strength. Now, he was even more exhausted. As expected of the treasure of the master of the ghost world, it can even withstand the power of an emperor-based saint artifact. Suyu was secretly shocked. It seemed that if he wanted to completely refine the underworld pearl, even if he worked day and night, it would still take 3 whole months. Suyu's eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. He didn't know what kind of power it would unleash after refining it. Even if it was in a damaged state, it should still be extremely powerful, right? The rewards he had gained from this trip were immeasurable. All of this was due to the little Kailin. You should stay in the 9-jade spiritual pearl for now. I still have to deal with a strong enemy. It's not good for you to show yourself, Suyu said. The little Kailin was a little dissatisfied, but it nodded obediently. It tugged at Suyu's trousers with its 2 hooves, indicating that it should let him out as soon as possible. With a faint smile, Suyu looked at the last treasure, the iron box. This box had also been snatched by the little Kailin. Originally, it was supposed to be broken up and opened with Xia Jingyu. After thinking for a moment, Suyu gave up. He would open it with Xia Jingyu when he found her. With a thought, Suyu exited the space and returned to his body. He had already rested here for 4 hours. The injury on his right arm was not a big deal, and his bones had healed quite a bit. After breaking through to the half-fairy realm, he possessed vital energy, which was very effective in healing his injuries. It seemed that he would be able to fully recover in half a day's time. However, right at that moment, Suyu felt a pain in his chest. His expression changed slightly. It broke through the formation so quickly, and it even destroyed one of my clones. Suyu's clone could sense it, so he could naturally sense it after it was destroyed. According to his plan, the Ice Soul Divine Dream spell should have been able to trap the puppet for a day. If he was lucky, it could have been trapped until the end of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion 5 days later. He had not expected that it would break through the formation in just 4 hours, and that it would quickly find a clone. It seemed like he could not go out for the time being. Otherwise, the possibility of being discovered would be very high. Chapter 572. In the darkness, a majestic figure stepped out. With a green face and fangs, he was surrounded by ghost energy. Who else could it be but the Ghost King? Suyu did not believe that the Ghost King had coincidentally found this hidden place and met him by chance. After all, the Ghost King had escaped in another direction. If even the Ghost King could easily find Suyu, wouldn't it be even easier for the silver puppet to find him? The Ghost King looked at his empty right arm and smiled. Would it be difficult for me to sense your location after taking my arm? Hearing this, Suyu's heart trembled, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. In the Zhanlong continent, the Ghost King had cut off one of his arms to show his sincerity in cooperating with Suyu. That arm was now in Suyu's space ring. The Ghost King could easily sense the direction of his arm using his blood essence. It was not that he had not hidden well, but that he had been careless. Do you have any advice for me? It is not too late to hide now. When the silver puppet comes, neither of us will be able to escape. Suyu secretly held the small golden sword, his face calm. The Ghost King laughed. Of course I want your life. Do you think you can keep your life after taking this king's things? The things he was referring to were undoubtedly the ghost-suppressing golden ring and the mysterious heavenly map. Su Yu's expression was calm. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take my life. You should have seen my treasures. If you don't want to die, you can forget about it." Humph. The Ghost King looked at Su Yu's right palm and laughed coldly. "You only have a thunder sword left, as well as the dry cloud 5 elemental formations pearl. It will not be difficult to kill you." After saying this, the Ghost King's pitch-black figure disappeared into the darkness. The power that erupted from his strong body was even greater than that of an early-stage fairy. This powerful body had forcefully withstood Su Yu's Buddhist saint's 8 characters and saved Bai Zhe. Even if Su Yu was slightly touched by such a body, he would lose half his life. However, Su Yu had a strange look on his face. "I have a way to deal with you." With a wave of his hand, a golden halo flew out of Su Yu's sleeves towards the Ghost King. The golden rings were engraved with all kinds of runes. After infusing his Zhenqi into them, 18 clear Buddha statues appeared. They chanted in Sanskrit and sang loudly. The golden Buddhist light they emitted illuminated the dark underground ruins with a golden hue. The power of the ghost-suppressing golden ring, which was infused with vital energy, could not be compared to before. This kind of Buddha nature treasure was the best counter to Ghost Kings. The golden hoop descended and was about to trap the Ghost King. There was no fear on Ghost King's face. Instead, he sneered, "Do you think I don't know that you have the ghost-suppressing golden ring? I'm not surprised at all by this trump card." As soon as he finished speaking, a painting suddenly appeared in the Ghost King's bosom. An old man with his hands behind his back walked out of the painting. His entire body was transparent, and one could see the other side from one side. This was the old man in the painting. The soul was on the spiritual plane and was difficult to see with the naked eye. However, the old man's soul was almost translucent. This meant that his soul was extremely powerful and close to materialization. A divine Lord-level soul. Just who was the old man in the painting? Why did he possess a divine Lord-level soul? After the old man appeared, he raised his hand and grabbed at the void. A shocking scene appeared. The ghost-suppressing golden ring, which had been refined by Su Yu, immediately lost its connection with Su Yu and was easily grabbed by the old man's palm. "Using my treasure to attack me. Haha, young man, you still have much to learn." The old man in the painting sneered. "Hand over the mysterious heavenly map, and I will grant you a quick death." Su Yu's expression was as calm as ever. "I don't believe that you would dare to fight here. If we fight too intensely and explode into waves, I'm afraid that the silver puppet will easily sense it. That silver puppet is not as easy to deal with as Bai Jian. If it comes, you will not be able to escape death. If you want to fight to the death, I will accompany you." The silver puppet was like a knife over all of their heads. The strange thing was, the Ghost King and the old man in the painting both had strange smiles on their faces. "Ha ha! You are still too young after all. First, I have already set up a spell in these ruins. No matter how intensely we fight, the waves will not spread out. Second, I believe that you do not have the ability to fight me intensely." At the end of his speech, his face suddenly turned cold, and his old eyes shot out an icy cold light. The Ghost King also revealed a ferocious expression, his murderous intent rising. However, the strange thing was that after listening to him, Su Yu laughed eerily. "I am relieved that you are prepared." Hey! The Ghost King and the old man were stunned. Listening to Su Yu's words, it seemed that he was looking forward to such a situation. Could there be an ambush around them? After careful observation, they did not see any dangerous ambush. Humph, what a pretentious act. You have lost the ghost-suppressing golden ring. What else do you have to rely on? The Ghost King coldly snorted, his figure disappearing like the wind once again. Su Yu did not even think. With a flip of his palm, he took out the Cosmos Thunder Sword. With a sweep of the sword, a 500-foot-long thunderbolt sword energy illuminated the dark world. It also illuminated the Ghost King's ferocious body clearly. The Ghost King was slightly afraid, but he did not retreat. Instead, he used his strong body to fight back. With a punch, the sword energy was dispersed. The thunderbolt only caused the ghost energy on the Ghost King's body to become slightly dimmer, but it did not cause much harm to him. In an instant, the Ghost King had already closed in on Su Yu. Su Yu tilted his shoulder and was about to move away when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. An ice-cold voice came from behind him without any warning. "Lad, it's over." The old man in the painting had taken advantage of Su Yu's distraction to appear behind him, as if he had teleported. Almost instinctively, a blue light beam flickered beneath Su Yu's feet and enveloped him. The old man in the painting shook his head coldly. "It's useless. You can't stop me with just the defense of a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact." With a cracking sound, the blue light beam seemed to respond to the old man's words, as it shattered. The old man's transparent palm went straight for Su Yu's back. However, Su Yu revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "Is that so? If you can't stop me with just one, then what about a set?" Buzz. The space suddenly trembled, as 4 different colored balls appeared around Su Yu's body at the same time. They formed a circle with the blue balls, which enveloped the Ghost King, the old man in the painting, and Su Yu at the same time. The 5-colored light beam soared into the sky and formed a 5-colored seal, which trapped all of them within it. "What? The complete dry cloud 5 elemental formation? Don't you only have one pearl?" The Ghost King turned pale with fright. The expression of the old man in the painting also changed drastically. How could they know that this was a deliberate move by Su Yu? Apart from Lu Chuyi and Sheng Jiyi, no one else had seen Su Yu control the complete dry cloud 5 elemental formation. They all assumed that the faction's elders had lent him a pearl to protect himself. Su Yu's body flickered, and he passed through the seal's light screen without any obstruction. He stood outside the seal and smiled. "You might be right. The battle between us might not be that intense." Chapter 573. Retract. With a low grunt, Su Yu put his palms together, and the sealing cage quickly contracted. In an instant, it had shrunk to 5 feet, locking the two of them within a small area. The Ghost King's face darkened. He activated a ball of ghost energy in his palms and extended his arms to support the shrinking light screen. His expression was ugly. "You hid it well. You have never used this magical treasure even when we were in danger before." Su Yu had encountered the silver puppet at the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion, as well as the battle at the 8th level of the Great Bone Palace. Even then, he had still kept this trump card. Su Yu did not speak. He clenched his fists again, and the dry cloud 5 elemental formation was forcefully contracted. Crack! The Ghost King groaned in pain. His arm was slightly fractured from the compression. 5 feet had been compressed to 3 feet. The Ghost King and the Soul Old Man were squeezed together, and it was still compressing. It looked like the two of them were going to be squeezed to death. The Ghost King struggled. Even though he had an invincible body, he could only slow down the compression. The dry cloud 5 elemental formation, which had been imbued with vital energy, was much more powerful than before. It had been difficult for it to trap Sheng Jiyi, but now it was easy for it to control the Ghost King, who had an even stronger body. This was because Su Yu only had 1 vital energy crystal. If he had 3 spiritual crystals in his body condensed into crystals at the same time, he would probably be able to crush the Ghost King to death with a flip of his palm. The Soul Old Man's expression was still calm. Only when the light screen was about to crush them did he say, "Is this your trump card?" As he spoke, the Soul Old Man extended a finger and touched the colorful light screen. A vortex appeared on the extremely powerful colorful light screen, just enough for one person to pass through. His soul body turned into a wisp of green smoke and floated out. The vortex closed, and only the Ghost King was trapped within it. "A small trick," the Soul Old Man said calmly. Su Yu was surprised, but not shocked. Although the dry cloud 5 elemental formation was powerful, it did not have the ability to restrain souls. Moreover, the old man had a powerful soul at the Divine Master level. Hence, Su Yu was prepared. The moment the old man appeared, the thunder sword in his hand drew a lightning arc in the air. Lightning was also extremely harmful to the soul. "Lightning sword." The Soul Old Man's gaze was calm. He slapped out with his palm. He was clearly a soul body, but this palm caused the space to cave in. The 500-feet-long lightning arc was annihilated with a puff. Suyu was shocked. Even a top-notch early-stage fairy like Bai Yijian would have to be extremely careful. However, the Soul Old Man had only used a casual palm strike. Suyu's heart sank. He had underestimated the Soul Old Man. Although he was only a soul, he was still not a powerful being that Suyu could deal with. After all, he was a divine master. Even if only his soul was left, he was still abnormally powerful. Its power is acceptable. What other techniques do you have? Just use them now. Once I attack, you won't have another chance, the Soul Old Man said calmly as he looked at Suyu's expression. Suyu immediately felt troubled. He revolved the vital energy in his body and imbued it into the Thunder Sword, waving it 3 times in a row. The 3 bolts of lightning sword chi merged and turned into a huge sword chi that was as thick as a water bucket. Everywhere it passed, the air exploded, the earth was compressed, and even the isolation formation began to tremble. The dust in the ruins surged and filled the dark underground world. In the air, there was a scorching aura of lightning. After merging, the lightning sword chi was extremely powerful. However, the Soul Old Man's eyes were still calm. Facing the dangerous sword chi, he extended his entire palm and clenched it. Suddenly, the space in the ruins tightened, as if it was being held by something. Then, the space around the lightning sword chi was compressed. The huge sword chi was quickly compressed to 100 feet, 50 feet, 10 feet, and finally, it was only an inch. When the lightning sword chi arrived in front of the Soul Old Man, it was only the size of a candle flame. The Soul Old Man pinched 2 of his fingers and extinguished the soul flame. He then shook his head and said, "You have exhausted your limited abilities. Are these the only techniques you have left? If that is the case, I should send you on your way." Suyu had easily destroyed it. The difference between Suyu and the Soul Old Man was immeasurable. However, Suyu was not disappointed. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile and asked, "Is that so?" "Hey." The Soul Old Man frowned as he sensed that something was amiss. Right at that moment, he suddenly felt a burning pain in between his 2 fingers. Alarmed, the old man tossed it away without any hesitation. However, it was too late for him to react. Within the candle flame that the Soul Old Man had extinguished, there was a white flame the size of a strand of hair burning quietly. His soul on the mental plane was actually being burned by the white flames. They quickly covered his fingers, burning them to the point where they became even more transparent. It was the soul flame of the white smoke glass frog. Once the flame started burning, it quickly spread from his fingers to his palm. The Soul Old Man's indifferent expression revealed a hint of surprise for the first time. "Soul flame?" As he cried out in surprise, his palm shook violently and the flame fell off. However, his palm had become extremely thin. In just a short moment, the white flame had caused significant damage to his soul. "Did you hide the soul flame in the lightning sword and use it repeatedly on purpose to make me lower my guard?" The Soul Old Man was no longer as indifferent as before. His expression had become gloomy. This lad had actually hidden a trump card, and it was a flame that specialized in restraining his soul. "Is that so?" Suyu still had a meaningful smile on his face. The Soul Old Man's pupils shrank slightly. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. The lad in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. His techniques were endless, and it was impossible to defend against them. Just as he was guarding against Suyu, a white flame suddenly appeared in the void around him. The place where the flame had appeared was where he had first extinguished the lightning sword. Within the sunken space, it was as if a volcano had erupted, bursting forth with brilliant white flames. The eruption was so sudden that it was completely unexpected. This was the real trump card that Suyu had prepared. The first seemingly harmless lightning sword energy contained the real killing move. The sword energy had been extinguished by the Soul Old Man, but the soul flame had hidden itself in the sunken space, exploding at this unexpected moment. Instead, the second lightning sword energy and the weak white flame had been a distraction. "What?" The Soul Old Man's expression changed in shock as he was engulfed by the white flame. His entire soul body had turned into a flaming man in an instant. Sizzle. Sizzle. His soul was being burned to the point that it was emitting a sizzling sound. At a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, his soul was rapidly disappearing. As he roared angrily, the soul-old man's soul quickly disappeared. A voice filled with both shock and anger could be heard from his mouth. "You have done something stupid. Quickly retract the flame, it will come out soon." "It? Who is it?" Suyu was stunned. The Ghost King did not understand either. Then, as if he had sensed something, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. "This aura is..." The soul-old man was indeed disappearing into the void, but strangely, a black scale had appeared in the void. The scales emitted an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Chapter 574. It's the aura of a demon. The Ghost King's eyes widened and his expression changed dramatically. A rare look of fear appeared on his face. He didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. As the soul-old man was burned, more and more black scales grew on his body. It was like a slumbering primordial ferocious beast was slowly awakening, emitting a terrifying aura. Its appearance terrified the soul-old man more than anyone else. He was abnormally shocked. Seeing that the white flames were about to melt his entire body, the soul-old man gritted his teeth and formed a seal with his hands. His soul body suddenly split into two. A thin soul body that looked like a cloud separated from his solid body. It was as if a gust of wind could scatter his soul. He used some kind of divine ability to forcibly tear his own soul apart. Such a technique made Suyu secretly shocked. Soul tearing seemed easy, but the soul was originally one body, so how could it be torn apart? It was like splitting one's body into two. How difficult was that? The soul-old man's power had once again exceeded Suyu's expectations. The soul that was split into two was covered in white flames, while the soul-old man's body was free from the soul flames. The soul-old man did not dare to be careless. He immediately grabbed the ghost-suppressing golden ring and poured his vital chi into it. At some point in time, Buddhist light shone and the sound of Sanskrit rang out. In terms of power, it was many times more powerful than when it was in Suyu's hands. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the black scales on the old man's body shrank back into the depths of his soul at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like the old man was extremely afraid of the Buddhist light. In just a short moment, all the black scales on his body had disappeared. Only then did the old man heave a sigh of relief. His eyes flashed with the fear of surviving a calamity. While secretly heaving a sigh of relief, the old man's face turned gloomy, and his eyes, which were staring at Suyu, shot out a sharp murderous intent. "Idiot! Do you know that you almost caused a huge disaster? In the past, I fought a great battle with an otherworldly demon. In order to kill it, I didn't hesitate to destroy my body and perish together with it. In the end, I used my soul to suppress its remnant soul in my body. Just now, you almost released it. Do you know how many lives it will harm once it comes into being?" Hearing this, the Ghost King secretly took a deep breath. It really is a demon. Demons. Was he referring to the people from the demon sect? The expressions of the soul-old man and the Ghost King told Suyu that the demon in their eyes was no small matter. However, what Suyu despised was the old man's words and actions. His words and actions were ruthless and decisive. There was not the slightest bit of benevolence in his heart, so how could he care about the common people? Now, he was trying to flatter himself by saying that he was sacrificing himself for the human race. If he was not wrong, he might have encountered a so-called devil. After a battle, his physical body was destroyed, and his soul was still entangled with the devil's remnant soul. "So, you're the only one who can kill me, and I can't touch you for the sake of all the living beings in the world. Otherwise, I'll release this demon and cause harm to all living beings." Suyu was amused. The soul-old man's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly, "You can't be allowed to live." "Ha!" The soul-old man formed a seal with both of his hands. His soul body gradually emitted a blue glow. From afar, it looked like a flame, but upon closer inspection, it was abnormally cold. Even Suyu couldn't help but shiver. His whole body felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "What is this?" Suyu's heart shuddered. This was the first time he had seen a living being's soul emit such an extremely cold aura. Since we are both soul prodigies, I will use my natal soul ice flame to send you on your way. Then, you will be able to rest in peace." The old man opened his eyes, and blue ice flames engulfed his body. The surrounding space didn't change at all, but the living beings in the vicinity were all killed. The ice-cold aura directly froze their souls. Su Yu's consciousness became blurry, and he was about to fall into a deep sleep. Fortunately, his soul was different from ordinary people's, so he managed to react in time. He bit the tip of his tongue, and the sharp pain made his spirit rise. He was deeply shocked. What kind of mysterious soul secret technique is this? Just the remnant power of it had almost caused him to fall into its trap. If the soul ice flame really entered his body, wouldn't his soul be immediately frozen? At such a critical moment, the white soul flame in Su Yu's body gushed out. It turned into a large white flame, which collided with the soul ice flame. However, Su Yu's heart sank when he saw the white flame meet the purple ice flame. It was like a tiny flame meeting a flood. It couldn't even resist for a moment before it was completely destroyed. Although they were both soul secret techniques, the two were not on the same level. The soul old man laughed indifferently. "Soul secret techniques are only at the lowest level, yet you still want to fight against me? What a joke. Lowest level? Could there be many different levels of soul usage?" As he spoke, the boundless soul ice flame came crashing down like a flood. Su Yu's soul was instantly engulfed by the enormous and frightening soul ice flame. Coldness, death, despair, and the illusion of being powerless to struggle appeared in Su Yu's soul. The attack on his soul was too strong. It had never been this strong before. If the previous soul attack was like a river flowing without any danger, then the soul attack this time was like a great flood. The boundless attack directly froze Su Yu's soul. However, Su Yu still had the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, which had absolute resistance against soul attack. But the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron couldn't even react in time, and it was also frozen. Su Yu's heart sank. He felt as if he had stepped on a cliff and fallen into a bottomless abyss. Even the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had been frozen. What kind of frightening secret technique was this? Even the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron couldn't deal with it. This was the first soul attack that the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron could not defend against. This thought shook Su Yu's mind deeply. His consciousness was quickly engulfed by coldness. However, before his consciousness became hazy, he made a move. He weaved a seal with one hand. To be more accurate, he had secretly prepared a seal before the soul ice flame had attacked him. As cautious as he was, even with the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he had never been careless. He had prepared a backup plan. The soul old man was surprised, but he did not dare be careless. This lad had many tricks up his sleeves, and it was impossible to defend against them. He flew backward, his eyes locked onto Su Yu. He was extremely focused. However, just as he was focusing on his back, a claw filled with ghost energy suddenly extended from his back, piercing through his chest. The ghost energy had an extremely strong corrosive aura, and it quickly engulfed the soul old man's soul. The soul old man looked back in disbelief. The owner of the ghost claw, which was surrounded by ghost energy, was none other than the Ghost King, who had been trapped by the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. The soul old man could not understand. He could not understand how the Ghost King, who had been trapped, had managed to escape. He could not understand why the Ghost King had dared to attack him. Actually, what he could not understand was that Su Yu and the Ghost King had worked together back in the Zhenlong continent. Now, they were just fulfilling their promise. The person who had released the Ghost King was Su Yu, who was on the verge of death. Chapter 575. In the sealed space, the Ghost King had been ordered by the soul old man to deal with Su Yu. Now, he had even chased after Su Yu. Su Yu had taken the opportunity to secretly communicate with the Ghost King through telepathy, which was why this unexpected scene had occurred. The soul old man's body was quickly engulfed by ghost energy, as if he was being burned by black flames. After the initial shock, his eyes were filled with deep anger. "You dare betray me?" The Ghost King retreated and laughed coldly. "Betray me? Do you think I should be your slave and slave? You are asking for death." The soul old man snorted coldly. With a thought, He activated the Buddha's relic in the Ghost King's body. It was the existence of the Buddha's relic that allowed the Soul Old Man to control the Ghost King's life. However, the imagined scene of the Buddha's light destroying the Ghost King did not happen. Instead, the corner of the Ghost King's mouth curled up in a mocking sneer. I used to be a ghost demon emissary. You can control me for a while, but if you want to control me forever, you are too naive. Old man, die. The Soul Old Man was shocked. How and when did the Ghost King escape from his control? However, the ghost energy was still in the Soul Room. The Soul Old Man's body shook, and he used the same trick again, splitting a part of his soul. His eyes were filled with malice. Good. I was tricked by the two of you. Today, if I don't kill both of you, I will not rest. Hihi, is that so? I don't think you have a chance to live. Su Yu, who had just recovered from the soul ice flame, said coldly. The Soul Old Man was severely injured, and his soul attack was interrupted. Naturally, Su Yu was freed from it. He looked at Ghost King with deep meaning, a smile yet not a smile. Humph, do you think you can defeat me? My soul body is not something you can handle. The Soul Old Man snorted coldly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a vortex suddenly appeared in the Ghost King's abdomen. Within the vortex, a mass of blood-red light shot out. The mass of blood-red light condensed into a ghost face, which bit the Soul Old Man's body without warning. All of a sudden, the Soul Old Man screamed in pain. A small part of his soul body was torn off by the blood-red ghost face. The ghost face chewed greedily, as if it was enjoying swallowing his soul. After losing a part of his soul, the Soul Old Man's body rapidly expanded and contracted, showing signs of exploding, devouring souls. Who is it? The Soul Old Man was both shocked and furious. Kyla, with a tremor, a ball of light flew out from the vortex in the Ghost King's abdomen. The silhouette gradually turned into the size of a normal human, and its body was surrounded by a bloody light. An unfamiliar face appeared in front of everyone. It was a resolute face with a high nose bridge and thick lips. His skin was a faint blood-red color and there was a half-moon tattoo on his forehead. His entire person gave off a very sharp and strange feeling. Evil ghost bloodline? The Soul Old Man was shocked. He is your descendant, right? Why would they appear in your stomach? The Soul Old Man simply could not understand how he had managed to hide someone else in his stomach. This king's abdomen space has always had two entrances. One is in my abdomen, and the other is in the hands of my descendant. Do you have any more questions? The Ghost King sneered. His abdomen had long been refined into a spatial treasure, so it was not surprising that he had another way to enter it. However, the Soul Old Man had never imagined that the Ghost King would have such a trick up his sleeve. Does this mean that the Buddha's Sariya is no longer in your abdomen space? The Soul Old Man's expression became even more unsightly. The Ghost King nodded slightly. It was left in the Zhenlong continent's ghost clan by my descendants through a secret space. Then, why did you wait until now to strike? The Soul Old Man's body expanded and contracted more violently, and his soul was on the verge of destruction. The Ghost King sneered. If I had not taken advantage of your carelessness, do you think I would have had the chance to deal a fatal blow to you? Even the Ghost King was not confident that he could defeat the soul of a divine master. Just the soul ice flame alone was something that no one present could block. The Soul Old Man was extremely furious. His slightly reddened eyes glanced at Su Yu and the Ghost King viciously, especially when he looked at Su Yu. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. The person that the Soul Old Man hated the most was undoubtedly Su Yu. If he had not repeatedly played tricks, how could the Ghost King have found an opportunity to attack him? Then go and become a ghost. Su Yu snorted coldly. White flames shot out of his eyes and engulfed the Soul Old Man. His violently expanding soul could no longer withstand the attack, and with a puff, it turned into white smoke and drifted on the ground. Then, it shattered into crystal light and seeped into the ground. His death allowed Su Yu to heave a sigh of relief. After going through so much danger, he had finally schemed to kill this almighty-level soul. Su Yu was well aware of the dangers involved. In particular, the soul ice flame released by the Soul Old Man posed a real threat to Su Yu. The fact that the two of them were able to join forces and destroy the Soul Old Man's soul was partly due to luck. If the Soul Old Man had been wary of the Ghost King, they would have been the ones who had died today. Just as Su Yu was heaving a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt the gazes of the other two people. Su Yu raised his head and looked at them. The Ghost King had a relaxed smile on his face, but there was a complicated and hesitant look in his eyes. The other person was the burly man. His gaze was not friendly as he stared at Su Yu coldly. "You already knew that I was in the Ghost King's stomach," the burly man said coldly. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, I knew." The Ghost King had a strange look in his eyes. In order not to be discovered by the Soul Old Man, he had only spoken a few words to Su Yu. He had never told Su Yu that his descendant was in the space in his stomach. "When did you know? Did you know who I was?" For some reason, the burly man's tone was even more unfriendly. Su Yu said leisurely, "I knew when Cho Ziming died. At the place of the legacy of elixirs, he had offended Cho Ziming and ambushed Su Yu outside the cave. But when Su Yu came out, he discovered that Cho Ziming had already been sucked dry. At that time, he could tell that this was the doing of someone with the bloodline of the evil ghost, just like him. But he pretended not to know and said that it was the doing of the silver puppet. At that time, he knew that someone with the bloodline of the evil ghost existed. In other words, the ghost clan of the 8 great ancient clans was in the 8th level of the divine pavilion. Those from the 8 great ancient clans that could come had all come. Only the ghost clan did not make any noise, as they had not entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Hence, the only place Su Yu could think of was the mysterious space in the Ghost King's stomach. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. "Since you know my background, you should know how I will deal with you, right?" the burly man said coldly. Su Yu's expression was calm, not surprised. "Of course I know, Ghost Clan. Clan Master." The person before him was the clan master of the Ghost Clan. He was also the person who had almost killed Ling Xiaotian in the past. "You transformed into the Black Snow Devil King and pretended to be a member of the Ghost Clan. Is this true?" the Ghost Clan master asked indifferently. Su Yu did not quibble. He nodded and said, "Yes, the people of the outside world all think that I am a member of the Ghost Clan. Do you want to settle the score with me for tarnishing the reputation of the Ghost Clan?" Unexpectedly, the Ghost Clan master shook his head coldly. "The Ghost Clan has always regarded reputation as dirt. So what if you pretended to be one? You only made one mistake. That is an unforgivable mistake." Su Yu was stunned, but he immediately understood. "You mean, you got the bloodline of the evil ghost from Palace Master Ling?" The Ghost Clan master took a deep breath. "It seems like it is true. You really got the bloodline of Ling Xiaotian." Su Yu took a few steps back and prepared to attack. He then asked calmly, "Why? Do you want to take back the bloodline of the evil ghost from your clan?" Chapter 576. What? Su Yu raised his brows slightly. He was skeptical. "Why do you think he was besieged by the Ghost Clan?" the Ghost Clan master asked meaningfully. Su Yu clearly remembered that Ling Xiaotian had been besieged and saved by the King of Darkness. That was how he had become the Empire of Darkness Deputy Palace Master. As for why he had been besieged and who had besieged him, Su Yu had no idea. "It's because his bloodline isn't the bloodline of the evil ghost," the Ghost Clan master said in a low voice. The Ghost King, who was beside him, was surprised. "Really?" Hearing this, the Ghost Clan master replied respectfully, "Ancestor, there was indeed a person with a mutated bloodline in our clan. He was quite dangerous. He lost control of his bloodline and accidentally sucked the flesh and blood of several Ghost Clan members. Later, after losing control of his bloodline, he raped women. After a discussion, we decided to sentence him to death." The Ghost King furrowed his brows slightly. "A mutated bloodline?" "Yes. Ling Xiaotian's bloodline contains a strong evil nature. If one is careless, evil thoughts will enter his body, causing him to lose his mind and do unexplainable things. We have the pure bloodline of the evil ghost, so we can't be controlled by evil thoughts. However, he is the complete opposite. He is extremely dangerous in our clan, so we made this decision. Ancestor, please forgive us. We didn't mean to kill each other." We just had to do it. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart thumped. The Ghost Clan Master's words made Su Yu feel uneasy. Raping a woman. Something similar had happened to Su Yu before. Although Fairy Feng and Lu Chuyi had different causes, the evil thoughts produced by the bloodline of the evil ghost played an important role. He had always believed that the bloodline of the evil ghost would produce evil thoughts. However, according to the Ghost Clan Master, the real bloodline of the evil ghost would not affect one's mind. What was the bloodline that Ling Xiaotian had given him? Does it contain evil nature? The Ghost King squinted his eyes and looked at Su Yu carefully again. After a while, he said seriously, "Yes, it is indeed strange. His blood contains another bloodline." The Ghost King said thoughtfully. Then, he looked at Su Yu and said, "What a deep evil thought. Ancestor, how should we deal with this lad?" The Ghost Clan Master looked at Su Yu with complicated emotions in his eyes. This person's bloodline originates from our Ghost Clan, but it is also higher than our Ghost Clan. I don't know which bloodline it comes from. We can't let this get out. Hearing this, Su Yu secretly raised his guard. The relationship between him and the Ghost King could not be said to be very friendly. Now that the contract between them had been completed, there was even less of a connection between them. The Ghost King squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought. Hesitation flashed in his eyes. Su Yu had so many magical treasures that even the Ghost King couldn't help but be tempted by them. After all, he knew that Su Yu had several sets of semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. If he could kill it, his harvest would definitely be bountiful. After a moment of contemplation, Ghost King opened his eyes regained their cool, decisively said, "This matter shall end here. Since his bloodline is not the evil spectre bloodline, it has nothing to do with us." The Ghost King calmly said. Firstly, he had no reason to kill Su Yu. Secondly, Su Yu was abnormally powerful, and since his return to the Jojo continent was imminent, there was really no need to complicate matters. The Ghost Clan's master wasn't willing to accept this outcome. "Ancestor, with my fairy realm's battle prowess, if I cooperate with you, we might be able to kill this lad." In the Zhenlong continent, only the King of Darkness, Elder Ju, and the corpse of the Heavenly Law Alliance's World Senior were known to the people of the fairy realm. Who would have known that the Ghost Clan's master, who rarely appeared in the world, was actually a fairy realm expert? If the two of them joined hands and the Dry Cloud 5 elemental formation was exposed, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yu to deal with them. "I have already made up my mind." The Ghost King snorted calmly as he secretly transmitted his voice to the Ghost Clan's master. "Do you think that I will give up even if I have a 50% chance of defeating him? This lad is still holding my eternal Stone King armor." The Ghost Clan's master was startled. "What? Ancestor, you don't even have a 50% chance of defeating him?" A wary look appeared on the Ghost King's face. 50% is if I have your help. If I were to fight him alone, I wouldn't even have a 30% chance of defeating him. So, it is highly likely that I will die at his hands. The Ghost Clan's master didn't witness Su Yu's attack with his own eyes, but when he heard the Ghost King's words, he realized that he had probably underestimated this Zhenlong continent's youth. When the Ghost Clan's master looked at Su Yu, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. "You and I have already sworn an oath, so let's part ways here." The Ghost King took out a dim yellow scroll and threw it into the air. It immediately turned into a ball of flames and was burned to ashes. This was the Heart Oath Scroll, which contained the agreement he had made with the Ghost King. Now that the oath had been fulfilled, the contract would be destroyed by itself. Su Yu's heart suddenly relaxed, as if he had just gotten rid of some kind of restraint. His whole body felt comfortable, and his thoughts became smooth and unobstructed. The Ghost King cupped his fists at Su Yu and bid him farewell. However, before he left, he said in a meaningful tone, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Try not to use your mutated bloodline as much as possible. Based on my perception, the evil intent contained within your bloodline isn't something you can control. Every time you use it, the evil intent will become stronger, and in the end, your body will be occupied by the evil intent and you will become an evil puppet." Su Yu's heart shuddered when he heard the Ghost King's warning. Even the Ghost King, who was a ghost, was wary of evil intent. As a human, Suyu's resistance to it was probably even lower. Thank you for your reminder. Suyu cupped his fists at Suyu. The Ghost King's advice before he left was quite kind. The Ghost King nodded and put the Ghost Clan Master into the space in his stomach. He then flew into the air and left. Let's part ways here. You should also leave as soon as possible. This place's isolation formation has already been broken, and the silver puppet must have already sensed the fluctuations here. You shouldn't stay here for long. The Ghost King paused for a moment, then revealed an enigmatic look. You should leave the Zhonlong continent as soon as possible. If you delay any longer, something unexpected might happen. Such an inexplicable reminder confused Suyu. Leaving the Zhonlong continent as soon as possible. Is it because something bad is about to happen on the continent? As he looked at the Ghost Clan Master, his expression became stern, and he wore an unfathomable expression. The Ghost King didn't explain anything, but just flew up. Suyu didn't want to stay here any longer, so he flew up into the sky. The Ghost King headed east, while Suyu headed west. However, just as they were about to fly up into the sky above them suddenly darkened. The bright and beautiful divine pavilion sky suddenly became gloomy, and their field of vision suddenly became dark. The surrounding space became as dark and gloomy as an underground ruin. However, when they looked around, they discovered that the darkened sky only covered a radius of 10,000 feet above their heads. Woo! Woo! The rapid pressure caused the air to emit an ear-piercing whine. The black sky had unexpectedly collapsed. It was engulfed by the wind and clouds, and the whole sky had completely collapsed. The ferocious pressure crushed the ruins into dust. Suyu and the Ghost King, who were in the sky, suffered from an extremely powerful pressure, and they fell from the sky. The terrifying pressure made Suyu and the Ghost King feel like they were leaves in the wind, and they couldn't resist it at all. Seeing that they were about to fall from a height of 1,000 feet, Suyu's expression changed drastically. His whole body flickered with a 5-colored light, and the dry cloud 5 elemental formation appeared to protect his surroundings. Bang! The dry cloud 5 elemental formation collided with the ground, creating a giant pit that was 30 feet deep. The 5-colored light screen dimmed, and Suyu's mouth was dripping with blood. It seemed like he had sustained heavy injuries. Looking at the Ghost King, he wasn't any better. Even though his physical body was strong, under that kind of pressure, the corner of his lips turned red. The two of them reacted at the same time. They didn't have the time to check what had happened, and they immediately turned and ran, flying out of the black sky. But before they could move, wisps of black clouds suddenly rose from the ground. The clouds covered a radius of 10,000 feet, and they were 3 inches thick. It caused the sky and ground of the ruins within 10,000 feet to turn black. Thump, thump. A loud sound came from the depths of the ground. It was powerful, and everyone could hear it. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of the vibrations was like the beating of a human's heart. The frequency was getting higher and faster, as if something was awakening. Thump, 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 thump. In between breaths, the heartbeat was like a turbulent river, beating continuously. The black clouds on the ground shook again and again, following the sound of the heartbeat. Suyu realized that his own heart was also beating intensely, following the sound of the heartbeat. At the same time, a hair-raising aura slowly seeped out from the depths of the ground. That aura was cold, cruel, bloodthirsty, and demonic. It's a demon. Impossible. He should have been killed along with that guy's soul. Why is he still alive? The Ghost King's face was filled with fear. As a ghost, even he was afraid of demons. No, he was terrified of them. Run. The Ghost King's face was filled with fear. When he had encountered the silver puppet, he had only felt fear. However, when he encountered this demon, his face was filled with terror. Suyu retreated without hesitation. His face was gloomy. What exactly is a demon? How powerful is it? Sizzle. Suddenly, Suyu heard some movement behind him, so he turned around to look. The churning black mist actually gathered towards the center and gradually condensed into a human figure. The black fog, which covered a radius of 10,000 feet, gathered together in the blink of an eye. It was a familiar figure. It was the Soul Old Man. The only difference was that the Soul Old Man's body was covered in black scales. Those scales seemed to have a life of their own. It was as if they were breathing, constantly expanding and contracting, causing one to shudder. The Soul Old Man's eyes were no longer human eyes. Instead, they were a pair of deep purple pupils, which looked extremely evil. As his body took shape, an aura that caused even the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion to tremble was emitted. Space ripples appeared around the human figure, enveloping him within them. They were preparing to transport this being, whose aura surpassed that of the fairy realm, away. However, the Soul Old Man, who was covered in scales, raised his head and shot out a black beam of light. That beam of light was even more frightening than the beast head in the Great Bone Palace. The space ripples were instantly dispersed, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the black beam of light pierced through the sky and struck the top of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Bang! A thunderous sound could be heard. The bright sky was shattered, and a huge gap appeared. Waves of aura from the outside world surged into the gap. That aura was completely different from the Zhenlong continent and the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. It was the aura of Jojo. Chapter 577. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this a demon? He's completely different from the so-called demonic cultivators. Withdrawing his gaze, the scaled old man's purple eyes shot toward Suyu and the Ghost King at the same time. Suyu felt his whole body stiffen and couldn't move at all. His vital energy and spiritual energy were all stagnant and couldn't be used. The Ghost King's face was filled with fright as he said, "The demon has come out. That old thing released the demon from his soul before he died." The Ghost King's voice started to tremble and his face became extremely unsightly. Suyu's heart sank as he recalled the old man's resentful words before he died. He wouldn't let him off even if he died. He was about to die, yet he still released the demon to wreak havoc in the world. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. The scaled old man laughed. His laughter was ear-piercing and extremely uncomfortable. "I have to thank you all for letting me go before he died. Only by gathering his scattered soul was I barely able to appear in this world." The demon's voice was raspy. His evil purple eyes flickered with a cold smile. The Ghost King looked at him and said in a low voice, "Since that's the case, why don't you let us go? Killing us won't do you any good." The demon sneered coldly. "As a member of the Ghost Clan, don't you understand that we demons devour all living beings in the world to strengthen ourselves? You are my first nourishment, so you should be proud of yourself." The demon Changling sneered coldly. "Devouring living beings to create a demon body?" Suyu's heart sank as he smiled bitterly. First, the silver puppet had appeared, and now, a demon had appeared. However, even so, Suyu couldn't just sit and wait for death. Suyu's body flickered as he flew 1,000 feet away in just a few breaths. The Ghost King, who was in the other direction, also did the same. The demon just sneered coldly as 2 black scales flew out of his body. They spun in the air and shot toward Suyu and the Ghost King. The scales covered a distance of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye and shot toward Suyu's back. Suyu's heart skipped a beat as he crazily poured his remaining vital energy into the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. The dim multicolored light screen shone with a shocking radiance once again. However, what caused Suyu's pupils to shrink was that the light screen of the dry cloud 5 elemental formation could not withstand the attack for even a moment, and it shattered with a bang. The black scale struck Suyu's chest. However, the pain he had imagined did not occur. The scales stuck to his chest and multiplied rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's entire body was covered by black scales. His cultivation and flesh were being devoured by the scales at a crazy rate. They attached themselves to Suyu's body, expanding and shrinking like worms. They were extremely terrifying. Suyu quickly felt the loss of his cultivation base and flesh, and his heart was filled with terror. Almost without thinking, Suyu's whole body flickered with lightning, and he turned into a ball of lightning and teleported. He was using the lightning escape technique. When the thunderbolts appeared, the black scales seemed to have met their nemesis, and almost all of them fell off. However, The scales that fell off from the demon's body stuck to the surface of Su Yu's body and continued to devour his cultivation and flesh. What caused Su Yu's heart to sink was that his thunder escape technique, which could allow him to escape 100,000 miles in an instant, could not leave the range of 10,000 feet. The churning demonic energy affected his teleportation. When he looked at the Ghost King again, he found that it had turned into a 10,000 feet tall, which was the form that he had seen in the beginning. He was both shocked and angry, and he was trying to shake off the scales on his body. However, the scales followed him like a shadow, and they stuck to the surface of the Ghost King's body, continuously devouring it. His 10,000 feet tall body was withering at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. A single scale had put Su Yu and the Ghost King in a life and death situation. This demon was too terrifying. However, the demon did not take advantage of this to attack Su Yu. Instead, he stared coldly in a certain direction with his purple eyes. Humph. 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 You want to leave now? It's too late. The demon's body trembled, and 10 scales fell off at the same time. They streaked across the sky, and 10 black fragmentary lines were shot in a certain direction. In that direction, where there was no one, a silver figure suddenly appeared. He wore a long silver robe and had handsome facial features. Who else could it be but the silver puppet? He was holding a figure in his hand, and it was Su Yu's clone. It turned out that he had already found Su Yu's location based on his clone. It was highly likely that he had come here when Su Yu was fighting with the Soul Old Man. However, he had been hiding in a corner, and no one had discovered him. It was only at this moment that the demon had descended, and it realized how terrifying it was. Only then did it decide to retreat quietly. Compared to the cold smile that it had been wearing before, the silver puppet revealed a look of fear for the first time. It retreated quickly, then flew toward the top of the sky, toward the gap that led to Jojo. It even gave up on Su Yu and chose to escape. However, the 10 scales were even faster than it had imagined. Before the silver puppet could escape to the gap, its body was covered by the 10 scales. In an instant, the silver puppet's cultivation, which was close to the divine master realm, was reduced by more than half, and it fell to the middle stage of the fairy realm. The silver puppet was shocked, and it shouted fiercely, "I have no enmity with you, so why do you have to kill me?" From its flickering eyes, it was easy to see that it was panicking. In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, it had been assumed that it was an existence that stood at the peak, a supreme existence that could devour everything. However, a demon had unexpectedly appeared. With a low roar, an earth-shattering red line shot out of the silver puppet's body, washing away the 10 scales from its body. However, countless tentacles grew out of the scales, which pierced into the silver puppet's paws and continued to devour the scales. Fear appeared on the silver puppet's face, and the blood threads in its body rushed out like a volcanic eruption. His entire body had turned into a part of the blood threads. All of a sudden, a sea of blood rushed into the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun as it rushed toward the gap. For a moment, the sky was mixed with the color of blood, and it was very strange. The 10 scales lost their attachment, and they returned to the demon's body. The demon's lips curled into a mocking smile. A mere puppet wants to escape from my hands." Before he had finished speaking, he had already disappeared. At the gap, the sea of blood that filled the sky was rushing toward it. The silver puppet, who was hidden among the sea of blood, had an ugly look on its face as it rushed toward the gap with all its might. However, right at that moment, a black light flashed, and the demon stood at the gap with its hands clasped behind its back, blocking it. The silver puppet was shocked, but it was about to escape, so it gritted its teeth and gave a command, causing the entire sea of blood to press forward. The demon laughed coldly. "Do you only have this kind of dirty trick?" The demon extended a palm and clenched it toward the sea of blood. All of a sudden, the sea of blood that filled the sky seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand of heaven, and it kept shrinking into the demon's palm. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood disappeared, and all that was left was the silver puppet, whose neck was being grasped by the demon's hand. The silver puppet's eyes were filled with shock and deep fear. Su Yu was even more shocked by what he saw. The silver puppet, such a terrifying and ferocious creature, was actually being suppressed by the demon so easily. Su Yu's heart sank to the extreme. Swoosh! The demon's shadow flashed, and he picked up the silver puppet as if he were picking up a chick. After sizing it up, the demon nodded lightly. Not bad. Although the energy you have swallowed is of a low level, it is barely enough for me to use. The silver puppet was extremely shocked, and it wanted to resist, but its body was not under its control. In front of the demon, the silver puppet was like a toy, and it could not resist at all. At the same time, the silver puppet was filled with regret. It had many opportunities to escape, but it had chased after Suyu to kill him. In the end, it had encountered a demon that was even more terrifying than it was. Not only would the silver puppet's energy be taken away by this demon, but even his consciousness would be erased. However, the demon did not immediately swallow the silver puppet's flesh and blood. Instead, it swept its cold gaze over Suyu and the Ghost King. At this moment, the Ghost King's 10,000-meter-tall body was shriveled like a skeleton, and its aura was extremely weak. As for Suyu, he only had a single scale on his body, and he was also restrained by the thunderbolt, so he did not suffer a great loss. Humph. I will deal with you first, then enjoy this silver puppet. The demon grabbed the Ghost King's body. Slap. With a dull sound, the 10,000-meter-tall Ghost King let out a miserable shriek as its body was turned into a mass of flesh and blood. The dignified Ghost King had been killed just like that. The scales on the silver puppet's body revolved crazily among the flesh and blood, devouring it completely. Then, they returned to the demon's body. All of a sudden, the demon's aura rose slightly. It's your turn. The demon shot a cold look at Suyu as he raised his hand to grab him. All of a sudden, Suyu's body felt like it was being squeezed by an unimaginable force, and he felt like he was about to explode. His heart thumped wildly, and the aura of death had never been so clear in his heart before. He knew that if he did not make any preparations, he would surely die. With a low roar, a long sword flickering with lightning flew out of Suyu's chest. After the Cosmos Thunder Sword appeared, it turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the scales on the surface of Suyu's body. The lightning power contained within the Thunder Sword was far greater than the lightning power that Suyu had cultivated on his own. As such, the black scales, which were bombarded by the intense lightning, fell off on the spot and quickly dimmed. Then, they lay motionless on the ground, as if they had died. After getting rid of the scales, Suyu waved his sword back without hesitation, then retreated to avoid the terrifying pressure. The demon sneered coldly. A semi-finished lightning-based magical treasure? It is indeed a restraint for us demons, but it is still too weak. As the demon raised his hand, the thunder sword in Suyu's hand seemed to have encountered an irresistible suction force. The Cosmos Thunder Sword flew out of Suyu's hand, and with a flicker, it fell into the demon's palm. As the lightning on the thunder sword came into contact with the scales on the surface of the demon's body, a sizzling sound could be heard as layers of black demonic energy rose from it. The demon's face was filled with coldness as he clenched his fists. Slap. With a cracking sound, the Cosmos Thunder Sword turned into countless lightning fragments. The sword had been destroyed. Suyu's face turned pale. His first semi-manufactured spiritual artifact had been destroyed just like that. What other lightning-based magical treasures do you have? You can use them all at once, the demon said coldly as he raised his hand to grab Suyu once again. Despite facing such a crisis, Suyu became even calmer. He was unwilling to accept this outcome, so he said coldly, "It's not over yet." Great Sun Punishment Fairy Picture, open. Suyu's 10 fingers rotated as he weaved signs quickly. However, as he weaved signs, he didn't use any techniques. The demon furrowed his brows slightly, as he was slightly confused. Suddenly, he raised his brows and looked at the ground beneath his feet. There was a collapsed ruin there, and because of the angle, it had formed an underground space, which was quite suitable for hiding. From that underground space, a black scroll broke out of the ground. Chapter 578. Wisps of black flames were slowly emitted from the scroll. The moment the black flames appeared, the demonic energy in the sky retreated. The black sky was instantly evaporated, and the world of light reappeared. Within 1,000 feet, the earth melted into lava, the air was scorched into flames, and all the mountains, rivers, and plants were reduced to ruins in the flames. With the black scroll as the center, the space within 1,000 feet was all burned, and 1,000 feet of broken space appeared. The sky and the earth were all reduced to a world of flames. As the scroll was opened, the flames continued to spread, spreading from the ruins to the 5 mountains, and then from the 5 mountains to the entire space. When the scroll was half opened, the 8th level of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion had been reduced to a world of flames. The demon, who was in the middle of the flames, had not expected this. How could he have expected that the ground under his feet had been prepared to bury such a scroll? The flames of the heavenly calamity? The demon's face was full of surprise. How is this possible? What kind of scroll can seal the flames of the heavenly calamity? The heavenly calamity contained thunder, which was called disastrous thunder. The heavenly calamity also contained fire, which was called disastrous fire. What was sealed in the great sun punishment fairy picture was the tribulation fire. This fairy-level cultivation technique could swallow all the flames in the world and use them for one's own use. Activating this scroll required vital energy, so Suyu had only been able to use it now. When he had chosen to hide here from the silver puppet, he had buried this scroll in the ground, ready to give the silver puppet a fatal blow. He had never expected that he would use it on the demon. Open! Suyu shouted. The scroll was half opened. A ball of black flame the size of a fist rose up. The strange thing was that although the surroundings were scorching hot, the black flame itself did not have any heat to speak of. However, the demon revealed an abnormally fearful expression. Without thinking, he flew away from the tribulation fire. His purple eyes flickered with fear. Suyu snorted coldly. With a thought, the black disastrous fire caught up with the demon. Feeling the approaching disastrous fire, the demon's face was full of fear, and he shouted, "Stop! I will spare your life, so stop immediately." In front of the disastrous fire, even the demon was afraid. Suyu's face was cold and expressionless. With a thought, the disastrous fire caught up with him. The demon's expression was incomparably gloomy. "You deserve to die." Seeing that the tribulation fire was about to catch up to him, the demon grabbed at the air. The silver puppet that had been subdued was pulled over and placed in front of him. The silver puppet's eyelids twitched crazily, and it was overwhelmed with shock. It angrily roared at Suyu, "You damned little B*****. Stop." When facing a demon, he was terrified, but when facing Suyu, he was extremely mighty. From the bottom of his heart, he still felt that Suyu was just an ant that he could squash to death at any time. It was just that he was relying on many treasures. The only reply he got was Suyu's ice-cold words, "Die, all of you." Bang! The tribulation fire exploded. It was like the sun had exploded. Boundless black flames shot out in all directions, burning everything in their path into nothingness. The space within 10,000 feet was directly incinerated. Wisps of spatial turbulence swept in from the shattered area, sweeping away everything in the surroundings. A blood-curdling scream came from the purple flames that filled the sky. Amidst the raging flames, the silver puppet's body was melting rapidly. The silver puppet's material was extremely hard. Even Lu Chuyi could not break through its body without using the power of the Almighty. Now, it was like ordinary iron, gradually melting into liquid silver. The silver puppet's consciousness was directly burned, and it fell into a coma. The demon, who was hiding behind it, was not in a good state either. More than 90% of the black scales on his body had melted, revealing a transparent soul body. Moreover, his soul was very thin, as if it could be easily destroyed. After this, his vitality had been greatly damaged, and he was extremely dispirited. However, he had successfully saved his life. If the silver puppet had not blocked most of the flames with its powerful material, the demon would have been killed by the fairy-level cultivation technique. Now that he was not dead, Suyu was in deep trouble. The black scroll slowly fell back into Suyu's palm. If one looked closely, they would see that Suyu's palm, which was holding the black scroll, was trembling slightly. This was because he had overdrawn his strength. After going through so many extreme battles, Suyu was not only lacking vital energy, but his physical strength was also at its limit. Moreover, Suyu's right arm had been cut off during the battle in the Great Bone Palace, and it had not fully recovered yet. Up until now, he had been barely able to use it. Now, he did not even have the vital energy to activate the Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture. However, the demon was not dead. The demon was panting heavily, and a large amount of black demonic energy was rising from his face. His whole body was trembling, and he looked extremely flustered. His purple eyes were filled with lingering fear, as if he had just survived a disaster. Then, his purple eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Good. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this extent. If you had another fairy helping you, I might really have been killed by you, but now. The demon's murderous intent was extremely strong. Although he had survived, his vitality had been greatly damaged, and his strength was even weaker than that of a fairy. If another strong fairy appeared at this moment, he was afraid that he would not be able to survive. Suyu said coldly, "Fairy? Hehe, I really do have one." A green light flickered on his arm, and a little girl in a pink dress appeared. Her long eyelashes fluttered like cattail leaf fans, and the dazed expression in her big eyes was extremely vivid. She had a small pink face, a cute nose, and pink lips. All of them made her look extremely adorable. However, her aura was different from the others. Only a fairy could possess such a surging and abundant vital energy. The demon's face stiffened, and his expression became extremely unsightly. "You actually carry a space with you?" Suyu had once again summoned a fairy, which was beyond the demon's expectations. "Shengji, kill him." Suyu did not waste any time and pointed his finger at her. The cute little girl was naturally Shengji. She had been recuperating in the valley, and had not yet come to her senses when she was suddenly summoned. When she heard Suyu's order, she instinctively furrowed her brows in anger. However, she immediately realized that she had become his servant, so she suppressed her anger and reluctantly looked at the demon. When she saw him, she almost ran away immediately. She gasped and said, "Demon." Then, she realized that the demon was extremely haggard. At the same time, the demon was holding a blurry lump of silver metal in his hand. When he looked at it, he gasped again. That silver puppet. Her heart was filled with shock. What had happened? She did not know the demon's strength, but she had witnessed the terror of the silver puppet with her own eyes. Such a terrifying and ferocious creature had actually been burned into a pile of scrap metal. Who was it? Who did it? She turned to look at Suyu, then immediately looked away. In her heart, although Suyu was extremely powerful, compared to people of the same cultivation level, he was far from being this powerful. "Do you need me to repeat myself?" Suyu frowned. He had just tamed this little girl, but she did not seem to be very obedient. Shengji looked at Suyu expressionlessly and said, "This will not happen again." After saying this, she turned into a mass of ghost energy and rushed over. Bang! Shengji turned her palm over, and the surrounding spiritual energy condensed into a giant palm print, which slammed down. The demon was in a weakened state, so how could he resist it? He fell from the sky onto the ground, the remaining black scales on his body falling off, revealing a weak soul body. But without waiting for him to heave a sigh of relief, Shengji attacked again. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of corrosive ghost energy. The demon was enveloped by the ghost energy, and he let out a pathetic cry. His soul was being corroded by the ghost energy. The demon rolled around on the ground, roaring continuously. "Kill him quickly, don't hold back." Shengji was feeling pleased with herself when she suddenly heard Suyu's hurried shout. Shengji did not care, but it was time to end the demon's life. But at that moment, the pathetic cries on the ground stopped abruptly. The demon, who had been in extreme pain, had regrown black scales on his body. Looking closely, the silver puppet that he had been holding in his hand all this time had disappeared. The silver puppet had swallowed so much blood, flesh, and cultivation base. The energy it had stored had been completely absorbed by the demon. In the blink of an eye, more than 70% of the demon's body was once again covered in scales. His dispirited and listless body had also suddenly disappeared. A terrifying ferocious energy once again surged out from his body. Not only had his injuries healed, but his abilities had also recovered by 70%. The demon stood up once again and flicked the dust off his body. His purple eyes were filled with a mocking, cold smile. What a pity. It was not easy for me to be seriously injured and half dead. But the slave you subdued was extremely stupid. She did not finish me off earlier, giving me the chance to recover. Su Yu's eyes were filled with a cold glow. If Sheng Ji had killed him earlier, would she have given the demon time to absorb the silver puppet's energy? Even though Su Yu had ordered her to, Sheng Ji did not care. It was this kind of attitude that had added to the variables, allowing the terrifying ferocious demon to recover. Feeling the suffocating ferocious energy, Sheng Ji felt as if she had just awoken from a dream. Just now, it had been as if she had faced a great enemy. Her heart was beating like a drum. Now, you no longer have any chance. The demon laughed mockingly. With a flicker of a dim light, he disappeared from his original spot. Sheng Ji's expression changed abruptly, and she immediately moved. But the demon's terror was far beyond Sheng Ji's expectations. Before she could move, her neck was grabbed by a ferocious demonic claw that was covered in scales. Her entire body's power had been sealed. She could not move, nor could she resist. Sheng Ji was horrified, and her heart was thumping wildly. This demon was too terrifying. She regretted not listening to Su Yu's word. Now, she had been killed by her own actions. After devouring you, I can replenish about 10% of my energy, the demon said coldly. The 10 scales on the surface of his body spun and shot toward Sheng Ji. Once they covered Sheng Ji's body, she would probably be sucked dry in a few breaths' time. Sheng Ji panicked. Her mind was finally clear, and her heart was filled with regret. But, at this moment, who could save her? Su Yu looked at the demon coldly, his eyes darting around quickly. The demon laughed coldly. Don't be anxious. After you suck her dry, I will accompany you. Slow. Play. The last 3 words were uttered through clenched teeth. It was obvious how much he hated Su Yu. However, right at that moment, the world rumbled, and the whole 8th level trembled violently. It was like the sound of the universe being split apart. It was loud and clear, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The sound was filled with a masculine energy that could repel evil demons. The demon's palm stiffened, and his expression changed abruptly. This is disastrous thunder. Chapter 579. On the horizon, a white-robed figure holding a 5-colored jade seal was rushing over. Behind the white-clothed figure, a ferocious little purple beast was roaring as it chased after him. Wherever the malevolent little beast passed, thunder rumbled. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from its body. The purple lightning gave off an unusually terrifying feeling. It was no weaker than the black tribulation fire in the Great Sun Punishment celestial painting. Master. The white-clothed figure rushed over in a hurry. His head and face were covered in dirt, and his clothes had been blasted into pieces by the lightning. His skin and flesh had split open in many places, and he seemed to be in a sorry and miserable state. That 5-colored jade seal was Su Yu's 5-elemental strong thunder seal. The white-robed figure was a disciple of the Yufeng sect and Zheng Zijing's junior brother. That day in front of the stone statue forest, the two of them tried to do something to Xie Jingyu. Zheng Zijing escaped, and this junior brother was subdued. Su Yu had arranged for him to carry out a secret task, and it had finally come in handy. Tribulation lightning? Why would there be tribulation lightning here? The demon's expression froze again. He said in a low voice, could it be the legendary thunder spirit that is sealed in the 5 mountains? Lu Chuyi had once told Su Yu that there were 2 types of dangers in the 5 peaks. The first type was the protectors. They would do everything in their power to kill the intruders. The second possibility was even more dangerous, and that was that a thunder spirit was hidden in this mountain. Even almighty divine masters would be in great danger if they encountered it. Until now, no one knew where the thunder spirit was sleeping. Once it appeared, it would be extremely dangerous. While he was comprehending the land of legacy, Su Yu had once felt a frightening aura sleeping underground. At that moment, Su Yu knew that it was a lightning spirit. Among the 5 peaks, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was the scariest existence. Thus, after capturing this imperial wind sect disciple, he made some arrangements to awaken this slumbering thunder soul at the critical moment. The effect of the 5-element lightning seal was to absorb the tribulation lightning of the heavens and the earth. If it were to absorb this lightning spirit, then it would surely awaken it from its deep slumber. Now it would seem like everything was going as expected. The thunder spirit was infuriated, and it chased after the white-robed disciple who was holding the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. Whoosh! In a few breaths' time, the white-robed junior marshal brother flew over. His demonic gaze locked onto the 5-elemental strong thunder seal in his palm. He sucked in a breath of air and said, "A prototype immortal artifact." He hesitated for a moment. His eyes flashed with struggle, but he finally gave up. That lightning spirit was relentlessly chasing after the 5-elemental astral thunder seal. The white-clothed junior brother returned to Su Yu's side without any obstructions and returned the 5-elemental strong thunder seal to him. He then stood behind Su Yu in fear and looked at the thunderbolt in fear. When Su Yu had given him the mission, he had only asked him to hide in the land of legacy. He had thought that it would be an ambush, but who would have thought that he would be asked to provoke the legendary Thunder Soul? That was an existence that could kill even almighty divine masters without hesitation. If it wasn't for the 5-elemental strong thunder seal's weak tribulation lightning that barely resisted the remaining might of the thunder spirit, he would have long since been annihilated. Well done. Su Yu took the 5-elemental strong thunder seal and smiled. He then lifted his hand to dissolve the seal that the white-clothed junior brother had placed on him. "You can go now." The white-robed junior brother was startled. He was overjoyed and immediately left. The purple thunder spirit glanced at him, but was too lazy to bother with him. Its eyes were fixed on the 5-elemental strong thunder seal in Su Yu's palm. It was extremely fearful of this object. The demon's gaze shifted. Before the thunder spirit had noticed him, he grabbed Sheng Ji's neck. The demon's shadow flashed as he tried to retreat. However, at that moment, a pink mist suddenly appeared around the demon's body. It was a palm-sized pink Cauldron, holding a 5-colored jade seal in its mouth. It was the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. When he looked at Su Yu again, the 5-elemental strong thunder seal in his palm had already disappeared. The little Cauldron happily held the thunder seal in its mouth and ran around the demon. The demon was stunned. A young immortal spirit. He was extremely shocked. However, before he could think further, his heart thumped. He slowly looked over and saw that the ferocious thunder spirit's attention had followed the 5-elemental strong thunder seal and landed on him. Evil creature. The demon's heart skipped a beat. In terms of restraint, thunder was the demon's true nemesis. Moreover, the one in front of him was the disastrous thunder. He roared angrily and struck the little Cauldron with his palm. However, the little Cauldron snorted softly through its nostrils, and the pink mist around its body flashed. Together with the 5-elemental strong thunder seal, it turned from a corporeal state into nothingness. No matter how strong the demon was, he could do nothing to the little Cauldron. Moreover, after turning into nothingness, the little Cauldron was still holding the thunder seal in its mouth and was still circling around the demon. The demon was furious. Without any hesitation, he ran for his life. However, the thunder spirit had already reacted. With a low roar, thunder rumbled in the heavens and the earth. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a human, descended with the disastrous will of heaven and earth. The demon's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he placed Sheng Ji in front of him, just like before. However, at that moment, the demon's palm suddenly became empty. The little Cauldron had opened its mouth and sucked in, snatching Sheng Ji away from the demon's hand. Then, it turned into nothingness again. As for the purple lightning, it struck the demon's body without the slightest obstruction. Ah! With a miserable scream, the disastrous thunder struck the area within 3 feet of the demon. Although he tried his best to block it, the scales on his body were all turned into nothingness. As for his soul body, it was as thin as a cloud. It was extremely weak. After absorbing the silver puppet with great difficulty, it had recovered to the later stage of the fairy realm. However, it had been struck back to its original state by a single lightning strike. Now, it was barely at the early stage of the fairy realm. The disastrous thunder's ability to restrain it was evident. The little Kylin hugged the 5 elemental strong thunder seal and laughed heartily in the air. It rolled around in the air and gestured with its hooves. It seemed like it was taking pleasure in the demon's misfortune. When the thunder spirit saw that its attack was useless against the lightning, it became angry and sent out another purple disastrous thunder. With a rumbling sound, the disastrous thunder descended once again. However, the little Kylin, which had turned into nothingness, was not affected at all. It smiled as it looked at the demon, who was screaming in pain. It clapped its hooves excitedly. After being struck by the disastrous thunder twice, the demon was only left with a thin layer of his soul. Even his consciousness had become fuzzy. It could be said that he was almost dead. Squeak. The thunder spirit fiercely waved its claws at the little Kylin. It seemed like it was quite angry. The little Kylin raised its head and extended one of its hooves. It then raised its largest claw, turned it around, and pointed it at the ground. Suyu was stunned by its action, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The thunder spirit was startled and scratched its head in confusion. Although it didn't understand the meaning of this gesture, it instinctively knew that it wasn't something good. So, it couldn't help but grimace angrily. However, the thunder spirit wasn't stupid. It looked around and realized that the little Kylin was trying to provoke it on purpose, so it attacked the demon. The thunder spirit fiercely grinned and patted its butt. It then turned around and swaggered away. The little Kylin chuckled and returned to Suyu's side with the 5 elemental strong thunder seal in its mouth. It then raised its head proudly, as if it was trying to show off. "I'll give you a reward later," Suyu said. His gaze was still fixed on the demon. Suyu's heart shook, and a white flame shot out of his eyes, which engulfed the demon's body. The demon, who was in a coma, was burned by the soul flame without any resistance, and its soul body gradually disappeared. In the end, it turned into a mass of black smoke, which drifted down to the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, a strand of black hair slowly drifted down. Suyu's eyes flickered, and he waved his sleeves to catch the black hair. When he spread it out on his palm and examined it, he couldn't help but be surprised. The strand of hair was about 3 inches long, and it was as hard as a steel needle. There was a trace of the demon's aura in the silver feather. Could this be the demon's true form? Suyu was surprised. However, right at that moment, a weak voice transmitted from the depths of the ground. "No, that's just a strand of hair of the demon." The ground squirmed, and a half-jong-tall ghost crawled out of the ground in an extremely weak manner. Based on its figure, it was obvious that it was the Ghost King, who had already been killed by the demon. Compared to before, the current Ghost King was extremely weak, and his power wasn't even at the level of a half-god. So, it wouldn't be difficult for Suyu to kill him. Suyu wasn't surprised that the Ghost King wasn't dead yet. After all, when the demon had crushed his body, Suyu had already discovered a wisp of the Ghost King's aura hidden underground. Now that he thought about it, the 10,000 jong-tall body was merely the Ghost King's golden cicada shedding its carapace. "Are you saying that the demon I encountered was actually just a strand of hair of the real demon?" Suyu was extremely terrified. Just a strand of hair was so frightening, so what exactly was a demon? The Ghost King nodded solemnly. Yes, it was just a strand of hair. That old fellow's soul body had both a Buddhist treasure and a strand of hair of the demon. If I'm not wrong, he must have accidentally stumbled into a relic where a demon and a Buddhist fought. He obtained the Buddhist treasure, but his body was also invaded by the strand of hair of the demon. "Now, these are all yours." The Ghost King's face was full of shock. He was amazed by how many tricks Suyu had hidden up his sleeves. The Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture was one thing, but Suyu had already taken precautions against the disastrous thunder. Suyu's scheming was profound, and he was a cautious person. Even the Ghost King, who had experienced many trials and tribulations, couldn't help but admire him. This strand of hair of the demon contains pure demonic energy. It's a top-notch material for crafting demonic treasures. If it's handed over to a crafting master, it wouldn't be surprising for him to craft a top-grade spiritual artifact. In fact, with sufficient demonic materials, he might even craft a fairy artifact. A fairy artifact? Suyu's heart palpitated with excitement. He didn't even have many completed spiritual artifacts, let alone fairy artifact. The value of the strand of hair of the demon was beyond imagination. Its value was no less than that of top-notch materials like the underworld pearl and the desolate sea-lost pearl. The great battle had not been a waste of effort. After carefully sealing the strand of hair of the demon, Suyu raised his hand and grabbed the melted silver puppet. The silver puppet's energy had been completely devoured by the demon, and its consciousness had become very hazy. Now, it was just a lump of extremely hard silver metal, no different from scrap iron. Thinking back to the time when this puppet was born, how awe-inspiring was it? Even Lu Chuyi, who was an almighty divine master, had to retreat. Sadly, even though it had devoured countless living beings crazily, its final fate was to be devoured by the demon. The Cycle of the Heavens. Chapter 580. His palm brushed past the silver metal and erased all of its remaining consciousness. At this point, the silver puppet had been reduced to a lifeless mass of silver metal. This metal was definitely a good material that was hard to come by, so Suyu naturally could not let it go. After searching his body for a while, Suyu unexpectedly found a ruler. It was the 6-directional ruler that Bai Yijian had used before. It contained Tianjiz's divine will and could predict the enemy's attacks in advance. It was extremely miraculous. Bai Yijian had been devoured by the silver puppet, so the item had naturally fallen into the silver puppet's hands. Now, it belonged to Suyu. Although Suyu didn't lack defensive magical treasures, Xiana and Xia Jingyu did. After he finished searching, Suyu stuffed the silver metal into the 9-jade spiritual pearl, then started searching the nearby ground. In the messy ground, Suyu searched for a while and finally found the ghost-suppressing golden ring, which had been taken back by the soul-old man. After going through a great battle, the ghost-suppressing golden ring had become much dimmer, and it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Only then did Suyu give up. He lifted his eyes to look at the Ghost King, who was standing motionless on the spot, and asked calmly, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Ghost King looked up at the gap in the sky that was within reach. His face revealed a wry smile. "If I could leave, why would I take the risk to appear before you?" "Oh, what are you trying to say?" Suyu's eyes flickered. The Ghost King laughed bitterly. "That crack requires the abilities of the fairy realm to pass through. Now that my abilities have declined greatly, I hope that you can lend me a hand." Hearing this, Suyu was unmoved. "Do I need to help you?" He. "I naturally won't let you work for nothing. How about this? What do you want?" The Ghost King said. Suyu smiled. "That's more like it. I want 2 things. First, the Buddhist Sarira. Don't tell me that you really left it in the ghost clan of the Zhenlong continent. I don't believe it." Hearing this, the Ghost King's expression stiffened. His explanation to the soul-old man was that the Buddhist Sarira was in the Zhenlong continent. But was that really the case? After hesitating for a moment, the Ghost King reluctantly nodded. "All right, as long as you can let me leave, the Buddhist relic is yours." He had indeed not left this item in the Zhenlong continent. Instead, he had brought it along with him. "Second, give me a book on how to control ghost. As the Ghost King, your understanding of ghosts far surpasses that of humans. Don't tell me you don't have one." The Ghost King's face darkened. "You want to control me? And you're asking me for the method to control it? Brat, what do you take me for?" Suyu sneered. "If I wanted to use your words, would I still need to waste my breath on you? With your current strength, it won't be hard to catch you." Suyu gave the small Kylin a meaningful look, and it understood him. It opened its mouth and spouted a mass of air. A small figure then fell out of the air. It was Sheng Ji. Her face was covered in dirt and grime, and her face was filled with hatred and anger. When he sensed that he was out, he immediately retracted his strange expression and pretended to be abnormally obedient. Looking at this, the Ghost King heaved a sigh of relief. The Ghost King saw the scene where the heavenly ghost almost caused a great disaster. He understood. "I see. I don't have the method to control ghosts, but there have been rebellious juniors among my subordinates. I do have some experience in taming them. If you don't mind, you can take it and read it." The Ghost King took out a jade pendant, placed it on his forehead, and imbued a wisp of consciousness into it. The consciousness contained the Ghost King's method of taming ghosts. If there was anyone who understood the ghost race the most, it would probably be the nobles themselves. Suyu grabbed it and placed it on his forehead to have a look of satisfaction. Sheng Ji was observing his expression. When she heard that Suyu was looking for a method to control her completely, she couldn't help but fly into a rage. Hatred rose in her heart, but she concealed it well. However, Suyu still managed to capture the fleeting hatred. His eyes turned slightly cold. "All right, take out the Buddha's relic, and I'll send you off," Suyu said. The Ghost King took out a jade box without hesitation. Within the jade box was the Buddha's relic, which was shining with golden light. The Buddha's nature within it was several times stronger than the ghost-suppressing golden ring. "There is a wisp of my consciousness on the jade box. With a single thought, my consciousness will detonate the seal on the jade box and destroy the Buddha's relic," the Ghost King said slowly as he threw the jade box over. Did he tamper with it? Suyu wasn't surprised. If the Ghost King really threw the jade box at him, Suyu might really take the opportunity to kill him. "How can I be sure that you won't detonate the seal when you return to Jojo?" Suyu asked. The Ghost King laughed. "You don't have to worry about that. The consciousness of Jojo is unable to penetrate the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. So, once I return to Jojo, I won't be able to contact the consciousness on the jade box. You can then erase it at will. So that's how it is." Suyu checked it, and after confirming that the wisp of consciousness could be erased at any time, he felt relieved. "Shengji, come here." Suyu extended his palm and offered a drop of his blood essence, which he infused with the power of thunder. He then weaved a seal and placed it between Shengji's brows. Shengji resisted instinctively, but when she met Suyu's cold gaze, she had no choice but to clench her teeth and bear with it. She placed the seal between her brows. A bright red mark appeared between her brows, and it moved slightly like a cloud of fire. It made her, who was already adorable, even more lively. "Go, lend him a hand and send him to Jojo," Suyu waved his sleeves and calmly instructed. Shengji's eyes shone with excitement, but her face was expressionless as she nodded. "Yes, master." When she finished speaking, she grabbed the Ghost King and rushed up to the sky, arriving near the gap. After an hour, the gap, which had been blasted open by the demon, was mostly closed. Now, only one person could pass through. Shengji's whole body was surrounded by ghost energy, and she sent the Ghost King into the gap. The light screen flickered, and the Ghost King successfully passed through. Before he passed through, the Ghost King looked back at Suyu. It was unknown whether it was gratitude or some other emotion. He then said, "Leave the Zhenlong continent as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late." When he finished speaking, he completely disappeared into the light screen. The Ghost King left just like that. But after he left, Shengji's eyes shone, and she quickly followed him into the gap. Suyu gave a cold grunt. As expected. When he finished speaking, his heart moved, and the cloud of fire between Shengji's brows suddenly burned. The piercing pain in her soul caused Shengji to let out a pathetic groan as she fell from the sky. But Shengji clenched her teeth. "Humph, the great blood thunder technique that tames ghosts. Unfortunately, I have used this technique before, and I already have a way to break it." Although they were both ghosts, Shengji actually knew the technique of the fire cloud mark, and she could even restrain it. The ghost energy in Shengji's body surged into the space between her brows, wrapping around the cloud of fire. Although the lightning within the cloud of fire quickly melted the ghost energy, it was not completely melted in a short period of time. Shengji endured the intense pain, and used the short moment to rush into the gap. Suyu's expression did not change. "Have you forgotten something?" Her soul still contained the great thunder heart technique that Suyu had planted. As long as Suyu willed it, he would be able to destroy his soul. But Shengji let out a sinister smile. "You can try." Suyu's heart moved, and he was shocked to realize that he could not contact the combined mark of the soul and lightning. "Humph, the storms that I have experienced are beyond your imagination. You are too naive to think that a mere soul mark can subdue me." Shengji let out a long laugh, pointing a finger toward the space between her brows, pulling out the fire cloud mark and the mark in her soul. She clenched her fist, and with a creak, the two marks were completely destroyed. This woman was extremely experienced. To a normal person, planting a seal in their soul would give them absolute control. But to Sheng Ji, she had long since found a way to break it. She had been tolerating it, pretending to obey. Now that it had happened, she had successfully escaped, and was about to return to Jojo. But Su Yu, who was on the ground, had a calm expression. He calmly said, "Naive, is it?" Sheng Ji's heart thumped, and a bad feeling welled up in her heart. At this moment, Sheng Ji's brain suddenly felt an intense pain. A layer of white flames spread out from her soul silently. Her soul was being roasted by the soul flames, and she let out a heart-wrenching pain. With a pathetic shriek, Sheng Ji fell from the sky. She smashed into the ground, creating a giant pit. Fresh blood spurted from her mouth, and her body twisted crazily on the ground. She let out an endless roar of pain from her throat. Stop right now, I was wrong." Su Yu was unmoved, coldly looking at her. "The great blood thunder technique I used was not just pure blood thunder. It also included my soul flames, which I injected into your brain. It seems like you haven't gone through enough storms and waves," Su Yu said coldly. Su Yu raised his hand and grabbed. A large portion of the soul flames in Sheng Ji's body was taken away, but there was still a fist-sized raging flame that continued to roast her soul. Whoosh, with a flash of golden light, Su Yu threw out the ghost-suppressing golden ring, trapping her. He then threw her into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. With a thought, he imprisoned her in a corner of the valley, making her suffer the pain of her soul being roasted. Sheng Ji could not bear the pain. Her small face turned pale, and she begged for mercy. "I won't do it again, master, please let me go." Su Yu did not sympathize with her pitiful look. His gaze was calm. "Reflect on yourself here. When you are truly willing to call me master, that will be the time." Hearing this, Sheng Ji changed from begging for mercy to a vicious look. "You want to enslave me? When my master finds you, he will make you wish for death." "Master?" Oh! He had never thought that Sheng Ji would have another master. "Haha, it would be good if he could find you. That way, you can completely sever your relationship with him." Su Yu's expression was cold. After saying this, he turned and left. With Su Yu's current abilities, Sheng Ji was not much of a help. The reason he had tortured this woman was because, during the battle with the demons, this woman had been obstinate and self-opinionated. She had nearly caused their deaths. This had angered Su Yu greatly. This was a form of punishment for this woman. After doing this, Su Yu rested for a moment, recovering a little. Now that the silver puppet had been destroyed, the descendants of the Guardians had been exterminated, and the most terrifying demon had been subdued by Su Yu. With the boundless pressure lifted, Su Yu felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Chapter 581. There was no one else on the Divine Sparrow stage. After the great battle in the Great Bone Palace and the terrifying battle that followed, it would be strange if they still dared to stay here. After entering the Legacy of Materials, the Ice Soul Divine Dream spell above the Great Bone Palace had disappeared. It was unknown whether it had been destroyed by the silver puppet when it broke through the spell or taken away by the cultivators on the Divine Sparrow stage. Su Yu's figure flickered as he entered the Great Bone Palace. The two sets of beast bones had disappeared, along with the lightning-based material, the Desolate Sea Lost Pearl, which Su Yu had not managed to collect in time. Su Yu was disappointed. I was too late. He just did not know who had taken the beast heads and the Desolate Sea Lost Pearl. The beast head was the bone of an all-creation old monster, so its value was obvious. If Su Yu wanted to repair the Eternal Stone King armor, he would need the bone materials of a divine master, and the bone of an all-creation demonic beast was an even better material. As for the Desolate Sea Lost Pearl, it was a top-notch lightning-based material. It was an important lightning-based material for refining the 5-elemental strong thunder seal into a fairy artifact. However, it was a pity that someone else had already taken it. Su Yu looked around in disappointment. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Bai Zhe's corpse. He had been cut into 3 pieces by Su Yu's 3 small golden swords, and he was dead beyond belief. His corpse was still lying on the ground, motionless. With a thought in his mind, Suyu flew down and started searching the corpse. Suddenly, he found a blood-red gourd, which had a ghost's face carved on it. It was the ghost gourd, a gourd of blood wine that Bai Yijian and his son had refined by sacrificing all of their clansmen. Baizha had only taken a sip of it, and his cultivation had already risen to the fairy realm. As he held the gourd, Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. It was filled with the flesh and blood of the Bai clan. He had to drink it in order to increase his cultivation. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Was this any different from eating human flesh and drinking human blood? Suyu resisted the urge to throw it away. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to keep it. The energy contained within was terrifyingly high. After looking around to make sure that he had not left anything behind, Suyu flew into the air and left. I wonder how Xia Jingyu is doing. She should have successfully escaped, right? The silver puppet's target was him, so it probably didn't have the time to chase after Xia Jingyu, who had already escaped. Worry filled his heart. After such a short separation, Suyu suddenly felt somewhat lonely. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 days since he had reunited with Xia Jingyu. However, he seemed to have experienced a very, very long time. Now that they were scattered all over the place, not knowing if they were alive or dead, they felt a sense of loss, as if they had lost something. After a long while, Suyu looked at the Divine Sparrow stage. The training in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion had come to an end. The only thing he had to do now was to attend the exchange festival at the Divine Sparrow stage. Suyu still needed the lightning-avoiding silver pearl and the real dragon's blood to recover his eyes, but he still couldn't find them. So, he could only place his hopes on this great meeting. Calculating the time, there were still 4 days left. Suyu pondered for a moment, then flew into the sky and chose a safe place to recover from his injuries. Half a day later, 2 sounds of something tearing through the air resounded above the great bone hall. 2 women with graceful figures stood there quietly. One of them was shrouded in mist. Her figure was slender, and her figure was peerless. Her face under the mist was even more beautiful. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with anxiety. She was Xia Jingyu, who had just returned. After she had settled down the Empire of Darkness's few great lords, she had immediately rushed back. The person beside her was the White Lotus faction's Sheng Shuilian. Sister Jingyu, there aren't any remains here. Suyu must have successfully escaped, right? He had many magical treasures with him, so it's not impossible for him to escape. Sheng Shuilian's beautiful eyes swept the surroundings as she comforted Xia Jingyu. Xia Jingyu furrowed her brows, her heart filled with worry. That ferocious creature devours all living beings, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he's safe. As she thought of this, Xia Jingyu's expression became sorrowful, and her eyes became moist. She was trying her best to hold back her tears. Even at such a dangerous moment, Suyu had still placed her life above all else. She was silently moved, and her heart was filled with gratitude. She couldn't even remember how many times Suyu had saved her, and she didn't know how she could ever repay him. Sheng Shuilian seemed to be able to see through Xia Jingyu's expression, so she asked, "What is the relationship between you and Suyu? It seems like you have a good relationship with him." Xia Jingyu came back to her senses and tried her best to remain calm. "Old friends. Hehe, I've never seen it before. You've made arrangements for your funeral in advance, and you've even left your last words to your companion." Sheng Shuilian giggled. Xia Jingyu had arranged a path of retreat for the Dark Lord, and she had also returned the Empire of Darkness's supreme treasure, the Feather Needle of Darkness. She had even asked them to pass on her last words to the King of Darkness. If she didn't return, those words would be her last words. She had obviously come back with the resolution to die, so how could her feelings be explained by the words of an old friend? Xia Jingyu's expression became flustered, and her face became slightly flushed. She tried to explain herself, "I didn't. We just had a good relationship, and it's impossible for anything to happen between us." Sheng Shuilian seemed interested, and she chuckled as she said, "It seems like you really like him. If it were me, I would also be moved by him. His power, potential, appearance, and character are all outstanding, and he's quite rare. So, Sister Jingyu, Isn't it strange that you like him? Xia Jingyu opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. After going through so many things, she was no longer like a young girl, who would bashfully hide her feelings. Moreover, her feelings, which were growing day by day, couldn't be covered up easily. Hehe, then, does Suyu like you? Since he gave up his life to let you escape, you must be the one he loves, right? Sheng Shuilian asked. Hearing this, Xia Jingyu was delighted. Does brother Suyu like me? However, as she thought back to all the things that had happened between her and Suyu, she realized that he didn't have any feelings for her. Her eyes became gloomy, and she laughed at herself. It would be great if he likes me. Sheng Shuilian just laughed, but didn't say anything. She just looked at Xia Jingyu, and her eyes shone brightly. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Divine Sparrow stage, which was originally empty, was gradually filled with people. When they sensed that the danger had passed, they all gathered together once again. Moreover, there were more than 500 or 600 people here, which was more than double the number when Suyu had first come to the Divine Sparrow stage. Many of the faction's geniuses and wandering cultivators were gathered here. Miss Sheng, may I ask when the exchange festival will start? A half-fairy expert respectfully asked Sheng Shuilian. Many of the geniuses' experts had either died or left. Sheng Shuilian had become one of the strongest experts present, and she was chosen by many of the geniuses to be the exchange festival's host. Sheng Shuilian was happy to be the host, so she happily agreed to be the host for the time being. Let's wait for a while longer. Jojo's mysterious heavenly stage is currently connecting to this place. At that time, there might be some seniors who will come to participate in the exchange. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion's resources were bountiful, and even the old monsters in the outside world were tempted by them. So, before the disciples returned to their factions, they would exchange the treasures that they had found. This was an unwritten rule. Miss Sheng, may I ask which seniors will come to this exchange? Another disciple asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Sheng Shuilian wore a faint smile as she asked, What? Did you find an incredible treasure, and you can't wait to exchange it with the seniors? The disciple's expression stiffened, and he smiled awkwardly. Miss Sheng, you must be joking. I haven't even been to the 5 Great Peaks, so how could I possibly find any treasure? His expression was awkward, and he was extremely vigilant. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see at least 7 gazes locked onto him. This was the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, and there were no restrictions. Some of the people who were also probing him felt their hearts shiver, and they quietly retreated, keeping a low profile. Swoosh, swoosh. Numerous air-rending sounds could be heard, and a powerful aura flew over from the horizon. That aura was extremely close to the fairy realm, and it was a sign that someone was about to break through to the fairy realm. 3 crystal full. Many geniuses were shocked. From what they knew, it was rare to see a 3 crystal full genius enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Soul-seizing palaces Cho Ziming, Gui Yuan factions Yang Yidao, Purple Cloud Palace's mysterious woman, Lu Chuyi, and Red Blood Palace's Shangguan Qinga. Other than them, there was no one else with 3 crystal full perfection. Judging from the aura, could it be that someone had gotten a chance to break through to 3 crystal full perfection? As the silhouette gradually became clearer, the newcomer's figure was revealed. Amidst the formation of the 3 gorgeously dressed girls, a 20-year-old man dressed in yellow, with a feminine face and a black moon mark on his forehead, broke through the air and arrived. He was as beautiful as a pitilessly beautiful woman. Heiyue Langjun? Someone recognized him and cried out in surprise. There were at least 309 wandering martial artists here, and the fact that everyone could call out this person's name at the same time showed how famous he was. Could he have also come to the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion? Many people exclaimed. It is rumored that Heiyue Langjun was chosen by one of the 18 blessed and heavenly land's 3 great wandering martial artists, Mo Yang, and was taken in as a disciple. His cultivation reached the half-fairy realm a long time ago, and it seems like the rumors are true. It is also rumored that Heiyue Langjun is doted on by Mo Yang, and he probably has many treasures on him. He must have found many priceless treasures in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, and he will surely shine during this exchange festival. Heiyue Langjun landed gracefully, along with the crowd of beauties. His feminine and handsome face caused most of the women present to blush with shame. Heiyue Langjuan's eyes were like water, and he looked around slowly. His voice was gentle as well. Hihi, why don't I see any disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace or the Red Blood Palace? Instead, it is the White Lotus faction's disciples' turn to be the host. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. In fact, they did not know why Chou Ziming, Yang Yidao, Lu Chuyi, and Shangguan Qing'e, who were all top-notch geniuses, had all disappeared. How could they know that besides Lu Chuyi, the other three had already died? Yang Yidao had even died at Su Yu's hands. Sheng Shuilian was neither happy nor angry when she heard this. Heiyue Langjun laughed. Fine, I will let you host it. You just have to host it impartially. Otherwise, I will not sit idly by. Hearing this, many wandering martial artists became excited. Heiyue Langjun was a wandering martial artist, and his ruthless words had given them great face. Chapter 582. For some reason, the few proud geniuses of their sect had all disappeared. Instead, they were intimidated by a rogue cultivator. At that moment, a loud laugh came from the sky. Ha ha ha, the exchange meet of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion has always been decided by the disciples of my faction. When has it ever been the turn of the wandering cultivators to be so insolent? Accompanying the maniacal laughter was a fierce aura that swept over. That aura faintly contained the barbaric aura of a demonic beast. It was a burly man with a curly beard. He was wearing a straw cape and a conical bamboo hat. His aura was extremely powerful, and he had reached the level of 3 crystal perfection. Under his feet was a crow covered in long black fur, and he was flying over. The crow also had a mysterious aura, and its cultivation had reached the level of a 2 crystals half-fairy. Hiss, it's Mr. Nan Wu from the mysterious Iron Sec. Many of the disciples were overjoyed. Heavens! Wasn't he only at the 2 crystal perfection before he came? Did he encounter a fortuitous encounter and break through to the 3 crystal cores? Although Mr. Nan Wu had just made a breakthrough not too long ago, and his power wasn't as great as Heiyue Langjuan's, he still had a 2 crystals half-fairy realm ghost crow, which he had raised since he was young. Coupled with the fact that he came from a prestigious clan, his power was definitely not to be underestimated. So, if they really fought, he might not necessarily lose to Heiyue Langjun. Furthermore, Mr. Nan Wu was a disciple of a famous sect, so he would definitely have a lot of treasures with him. Since he was able to break through this time, he must have come across some kind of great opportunity. As for whether or not he had obtained some great treasures, no one could say for sure. Heiyue Langjuan's feminine face darkened, and his expression turned hostile. Is that so? We'll see who's stronger at the exchange festival later. Ha ha ha. Mr. Nan Wu only laughed, but didn't say anything. His disdainful expression was written all over his face. 2 hours later, more and more people arrived. As time passed, fewer and fewer people arrived. The Divine Sparrow stage was already packed. Those who could arrive in time must have already arrived. At this moment, a black figure attacked from the horizon. Dressed in black robes, he was wrapped up tightly from head to toe. At the same time, light surged out from his body, making it impossible for others to see his true form. He could only roughly see his cultivation level. He was a 2 crystals half-fairy. His appearance attracted many people's attention. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Looks like he's a rogue cultivator. Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu glanced at each other, then turned their gazes away. Only Sheng Shuilian revealed a shocked expression as she stared at the man. Even if Su Yu was here, he might not be able to recognize that the man in front of him was Gang Daily, who had parted ways with him at the Thunder Emperor Mountain. After not seeing him for 2 months, he unexpectedly advanced to the 2 crystals half-fairy realm. One must know that before this, he was merely a demigod. He had encountered an unimaginable fortune. His appearance only caused a ripple, and no one paid too much attention to it. An hour later, there was no one else who came. Sheng Shuilian's gaze drifted to the woman behind her. Sister Jingyu, how is it? Did Su Yu come? Sheng Shuilian asked. Xia Jingyu raised her head and looked around nervously. Although many people had changed their clothes, Suyu wasn't among them. If Suyu didn't participate in this meeting, it was highly likely that he would die. Shaking her head, Xia Jingyu looked haggard. No one knew how she had managed to get through these 4 days. At every moment, her chest felt like it was being crushed by a giant rock. She couldn't eat or sleep in peace. In these 4 days, she had become so haggard that it made people's hearts ache. Now, the only place where Suyu could appear was the exchange festival, but he wasn't there. The ominous feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Hearing Sheng Shuilian's question, she couldn't help but shed a tear. Her shoulders trembled as she whimpered, "Brother Yu. Where are you?" Her voice was sad, empty, and emotionless. Sheng Shuilian was startled. She sighed and turned her attention to the sky. At that moment, a rumbling sound could be heard from the top of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. A huge gap had appeared in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. However, under the influence of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, the gap immediately closed up. Just at that moment, a ring suddenly flew over and blocked the closing gap, stabilizing the gap that was 100 zhong wide. "My treasure can only last for half a day. You must complete the exchange within half a day," a loud voice came from outside the gap. The voice contained a mighty power that made people want to worship it. "It's the Divine Master of the Purple Cloud Palace, the yin-yang old man." From the sound of the voice and the huge ring-shaped Dharma treasure, someone could tell who the owner was. It was the Divine Master of one of the 2 palaces, the Purple Cloud Palace. Sheng Shuilian lifted her head and continued, "The exchange festival will now begin. The first segment will be free exchange. You can take out the items that you think are precious and exchange freely among yourselves. Jojo will not interfere in any way." This segment was actually the most extensive segment. As soon as she finished speaking, the 800 or 900 people present each took out the treasures that they wanted to exchange and asked each other what they wanted. This was the simplest method, but it was also the least efficient. Using barter, one needed to be extremely lucky to get what they wanted in a short period of time. Moreover, without absolute confidence, no one would dare take out the precious treasures they had on them in front of everyone. Hence, this segment was a little long. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a secluded forest, Suyu was sitting cross-legged, leaves and dust falling from his body. His eyes were closed, and his body did not move at all. He was like a statue. Suddenly, Suyu opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were a little confused at first, but they gradually lit up. Finally, his eyes emitted a terrifying light. His aura was restored to its peak. Not only that, but the second spiritual crystal also showed signs of crystallization. If he focused on training for a period of time, he would definitely reach the level of a 2 crystals half-fairy. It seemed that the continuous battles had greatly benefited Suyu. If he had a few more similar battles, it would be even easier for him to break through. Suyu was very satisfied with his body's recovery and changes. As he looked at the sky and calculated the time, Suyu's expression changed. "Oh no, the exchange festival has already begun." With a shake of his sleeves, Suyu shook off the dust on his body. After some thought, he took off his returning principal faction uniform. The exchange festival would be watched by the strong men of Jojo, and there might even be the higher-ups of the returning principal faction present. As a fake, he was afraid that he would be recognized immediately. With a flip of his palm, Suyu took out a set of black clothes and a straw hat. His attire was very ordinary. At the same time, there was a flash of light beside him, and the little Kailin jumped out, transforming into Lu Chuyi. It was only covered with a veil, and it accompanied Suyu. With such a disguise, surely no one would recognize him, right? "Let's go to the exchange festival." Suyu's eyes shone as he flew away with the little Kailin. The lightning avoiding silver pearl and the blood of a real dragon. Suyu had to get them at all cost. Chapter 583. On the Divine Sparrow stage, the exchange festival was proceeding in an orderly manner. It was just as they had expected. Although some decent treasures would occasionally appear during the private exchanges, they were only a small number compared to the number of people present. Most of the people were waiting for the next exchange, and their gazes would occasionally look at the gap in the sky. They didn't know which senior experts were looking at them at this very moment. After an hour, everyone was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, Jojo had only given them half a day's time, so they couldn't delay this segment for too long. Sirs, you still have a quarter of an hour left, Sheng Shuilian reminded everyone. She then looked at Xia Jingyu, who was beside her. An hour had passed since the start of the exchange, but no one else had come forward. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Yu would have already been killed by the silver puppet. Xia Jingyu absent-mindedly looked into the distance, her heart feeling empty. In the Empire of Darkness, even in the loneliest years of her life, her heart had never been empty. This was because she had something to think about, and something to do. This was because she knew that that person was still living in some corner of the world, and she was silently using her own eyes to look at the prosperity of the world in his stead. She had felt lonely back then, but she had never felt lonely. Now, her heart was filled with boundless loneliness. Her heart was at a loss, and she felt as if she had lost her sense of direction, goal, and color. The person she had always looked forward to had disappeared from her life. How could she move forward? However, in her heart, there was still a glimmer of hope that Su Yu had not died, and that he had successfully escaped from the silver puppet's pursuit. This was her only hope. After the time it would take to brew half a cup of tea had passed, the individual exchanges had finally come to an end. The people present naturally quieted down, their faces filled with anticipation. The next segment was the most important segment of the exchange festival, and it was likely that Jojo's seniors would participate in it. Sheng Shuilian looked around and was quite satisfied with their expressions. She then smiled and said, "Now, the second segment of the exchange festival will begin. Open exchange." Swoosh. Sheng Shuilian took out a large number of bamboo sticks, then used her vital energy to mark each of them. The number ranged from 1 to 900, which was the total number of people present. Each of you will need to draw a bamboo stick. According to the order of the number, you will take out the treasures that you want to exchange and say what you want to exchange, whether it is crystals or specific treasures. If the people below the stage happen to have something that can be exchanged and are willing to exchange, they can exchange directly. If there are many people competing at the same time, the one with the highest value will win. This is the principle of this exchange meet, and it has also been the principle of all previous exchange meets. No one is allowed to go against it. If anyone dares to threaten or rob in public, they will be punished by the elders of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion when they return to Jojo's mysterious heavenly stay. At that time, the confiscation of treasures would only be a light punishment. If the circumstances are serious, they might even be executed in public. I don't think I need to elaborate on this point. Sheng Shuilian's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally intimidating when it reached the ears of the crowd. The success of the exchange festival was built on order, and this order was gradually perfected by the previous festivals. Anyone who dared to use threats or other means to force the other party to exchange items would face severe punishment when they returned to the 9 Provinces Heavenly Secrets platform. In the past, there had been a disciple who thought that he had a strong backing and tried to rob others at the exchange festival. In the end, he was killed by the elders of a few factions. His so-called backing was meaningless in the face of the anger of the elders of the various factions. If the people present were all elders of the same faction, even if the disciple had violated the rules, the other elders would most likely give him some face for the sake of his master. However, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was the training ground for all the factions in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. There were many people from the factions present, and the elders of the other factions did not need to give face to the disciple's master. It could be said that the exchange meet here was even stricter than the exchange meet in Jojo. There were too many supervisors. Even without Sheng Shuilian's reminder, the disciples had already been warned by their elders to not violate the rules. Let the drawing of lots begin. Sheng Shuilian threw the bamboo lots into the air. 800 to 900 people flew up at the same time, fighting for the bamboo lots. The higher one's ranking was, the better it would be. If it was too high up, there would be no way to compare the treasures they took out, and they would not be able to display their value. The best ranking would be after the 5th place. The 6th bamboo lot is mine. Who dares to fight for it? Heyu Langjun did not fight for it among the crowd. Instead, he stood in his original position and spoke in a soft voice. Mr. Nan Wu also did not participate in the fight. Instead, he laughed and said, "I want the 6th bamboo lot. Who will get it for me?" Their conversation was exceptionally clear amidst the hustle and bustle. Everyone's expression changed. A clever wandering cultivator, who was about to retreat from the fight, threw away the bamboo lot in his hand without thinking. That was because the bamboo lot was the 6th one that the 2 half-fairies were fighting for. He did not want to offend Heyu Langjun or Mr. Nan Wu, so he could only throw it away. Swoosh! A beautiful young lady flew over and grabbed the bamboo lot in her hand. Her face was filled with joy as she said, "Langjun, I have caught it for you." Puff! Just as she finished speaking, a strong palm force came from behind her, causing Heyu Langjuan's maid to spit out blood and fly backward. The 6th bamboo lot in her hand was also taken away. The person who had taken it away was not just anyone, but a disciple of a famous faction. A sneak attack was indeed beneath one's status. "Mr. Nan Wu, I am Jin Chen from the Netherworld faction." Jin Chen was a man with a gloomy expression. He handed over the bamboo lot with both hands. Mr. Nan Wu laughed and said, "Well done. How dare you sneak attack me?" Heyu Langjuan's eyes flashed as he turned into a ball of light and dashed toward Jin Chen. Mr. Nan Wu still had a smile on his face. His whole body flashed with blood qi, and an extremely strong physical strength surged through his meridians like a flood. Then, it turned into a fierce fist force that was as strong as a tiger. He punched out. The formless power of his physical body had a faint blood-red color to it. It was like a ferocious tiger as it charged toward Heyu Langjun. Crackle! A pink mist flashed around Heyu Langjuan's body. Like cotton, it dissolved the strong physical strength. However, his attack was greatly weakened. Jin Chen took advantage of this opportunity to hide behind Mr. Nan Wu. Although he looked nervous, his expression showed that he had expected this to happen. He had offended Heyu Langjun to help Mr. Nan Wu get the 6th bamboo lot. For the sake of his reputation, Mr. Nan Wu would not allow Heyu Langjun to hurt him. Heyu Langjuan's eyes turned cold and he said, "Very well. Now, let's see what kind of confidence you have, since you have just broken through to the half-fairy realm." Mr. Nan Wu let out a long roar and said, "Do you think I am afraid of you?" Chapter 584. Mr. Nan Wu glanced at Sheng Xuelian. Although he didn't say anything, his warning was clear. "Mind your own business." Heyu Langjun said coldly, "My business is none of your business." She couldn't intimidate the people present. The rest of the people didn't dare to get involved in the battle between them. The 2 of them were ready to fight at any moment. Swoosh! Suddenly, the bamboo stick in Mr. Nan Wu's hand flew towards Heyu Langjun. Mr. Nan Wu was caught off guard by this strange scene. If one looked closely, they would see a spirit body that looked like a little ghost grabbing the bamboo stick and flying back to Heyu Langjuan's hand. Heyu Langjuan's hands, which were behind his back, had formed a strange seal. Mr. Nan Wu's smile froze. He was enraged. Despicable. Then, a black shadow flashed in the sky. A black crow flew across the sky at supersonic speed and caught up to the little ghost to snatch the bamboo stick. Heyu Langjun laughed coldly. "Isn't a sneak attack by your people considered despicable?" As he spoke, he flew into the sky and slapped the ghost crow. "How dare you!" Mr. Nan Wu snorted and chased after the crow. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The thunder rumbled and shocked all the evil spirits in the area. The little ghost and the ghost crow were both ghosts. The thunder caused the 2 ghosts to tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear. The people present were also shocked by the thunder. Where did the thunder come from? Ah, look. There are people in the thunder. Some of those who had cultivated eye techniques had extraordinary eyesight. To their horror, they discovered that 2 humanoid creatures had walked out of the rumbling thunder. What? There are people. Who is controlling the thunder? Boom. Just as everyone was shocked, a blinding white light flashed above their heads on the Divine Sparrow stage just as the lightning struck down from the sky. The air was instantly filled with a burning aura. Then, there was a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and descended with a loud rumble. That voice was so powerful that it shook their Shuang to the point that they were stupefied. Only a buzzing sound was left in their ears. Those with weaker cultivations were directly shaken by the thunder to the point that their qi and blood surged, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu, who were fighting against each other, stopped at the same time. They looked at the thunderbolt descending from the sky with an indescribable shock. What kind of divine being had descended? Such a method was too domineering. Under everyone's attention, two figures descended from the sky amidst the dazzling lightning. A man in black clothes and a bamboo hat made it hard to see his face clearly. Even his body was surrounded by lightning. The other was a girl in pink. Her eyes were as big as pearls, sparkling and translucent. Her appearance was shockingly similar to Lu Chuyi of the Purple Cloud Palace. However, the pink-clothed girl in front of him was only 16 or 17 years old. Compared to the mature Lu Chuyi, she was much younger. In order to hurry on with his journey, Su Yu had used the thunder escape along the way. Everyone stared at the two people who had appeared and exchanged glances. Who were these two people? The way they had appeared just now was too domineering, as if they did not care about the safety of the people present at the scene at all. Although the crowd was angry, they did not dare to voice it out. To be able to control such lightning, their abilities must be terrifyingly strong. Are they handing out bamboo sticks? Su Yu glanced at the bamboo sticks that were still floating in the air. He understood the situation clearly. Suddenly, he saw the little ghost who was holding the bamboo stick not far away. He waved his hand and said, "Give it to me." At that moment, Su Yu's body was still filled with lightning arcs. Even his gaze seemed to contain the power of lightning. When the little ghost heard the voice, he trembled in fear. He walked over to Su Yu and held up the bamboo stick. Heiyue Longjuan's face turned cold. "Come back." However, the little ghost was afraid of Su Yu's lightning. He looked back at his master and handed the bamboo stick to Su Yu. Heiyue Longjuan's face turned murderous. "Who are you? Aren't you going too far?" Mr. Nan Wu also looked displeased. "Brother, the bamboo stick belongs to me. Please return it." Su Yu raised his eyes to look at the two of them. His eyes were calm. However, Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu could sense that Su Yu did not even look at them. It was as if Su Yu was looking at thin air. It was not a deliberate act of arrogance, but a subconscious act of ignoring them. This person's arrogance infuriated the two of them. One of them was the representative of the wandering martial artists, while the other was the leader of the famous faction's disciples. How could they not be angry when they were ignored by a kid of unknown origin? Su Yu did not care about their anger at all. He held the bamboo stick in his hand, turned around, and was about to descend. "Humph! You want to leave?" Heiyue Langjun coldly snorted. A pink mist condensed in his palm. It was dreamy and had a strong hallucinogenic effect. If it entered Su Yu's body, it would definitely cause him to fall into an illusion. Mr. Nan Wu did not want Heiyue Langjun to succeed first. So, he also attacked quickly, his whole body's strength surging out. Su Yu's face turned cold. The two of them were too domineering. After his cultivation had increased, the power of his thunder escape had become stronger than before. Coupled with the fact that he was in a hurry, he could not control his thunder escape perfectly, which had affected the crowd below him. As for the bamboo stick, since the two of them were fighting over it, it did not belong to either of them. Su Yu had casually taken it, but the two of them had attacked him together. It would have been fine if they had attacked him together, but when they attacked, they did not show any mercy. Rumble, swoosh, the two of them attacked Su Yu from the left and right. The two strongest martial artists, who were close to the fairy realm, attacked at the same time. With such a joint attack, who would dare to easily block them? Even if Chou Ziming and Yang Yidao were here, they would have to retreat. However, a scene that silenced the entire place appeared. Su Yu did not move. Only when the two of them attacked him at the same time did he extend both of his palms. A ball of purple lightning formed in each of his palms, and he pointed his finger forward. In Heiyue Longjuan's senses, Suyu's left finger suddenly filled the sky with thousands of lightning bolts. It was like a heavenly tribulation, and its power was terrifying. Then, he felt an intense pain in his chest. He had been struck by an extremely powerful lightning bolt. His whole body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted, and he was sent flying. In Mr. Nan Wu's senses, it was a completely different scene. He felt as if countless swords of lightning had shot out from Suyu's finger, surrounding him. Then, he felt an intense pain in his palm. A bolt of lightning had pierced through his palm, and he was sent flying by the huge force. In the eyes of everyone present, Suyu had only extended 2 fingers casually, and he had sent 2 half-fairies of top-class flying. No one doubted that Suyu could kill the 2 of them. Suyu had obviously held back. With the power of a single person, he had suppressed the wandering martial artists and the talents of the prestigious families. His valiance shocked everyone at the scene. Who is he? Where did he come from? Is there such a person among us wandering martial artists? Chapter 585. Surprise appeared on Sheng Shuilian's face as she looked at Suyu in confusion. Even she couldn't understand where this black-clothed youth had come from. Only Xia Jingyu's dazed eyes lit up with a glimmer of light. She could feel a familiar aura from Suyu's body. It was Suyu's aura. However, when she saw the beautiful young lady standing beside Suyu, her eyes dimmed. Suyu did not know such a woman. However, Suyu's appearance had made Xia Jingyu look forward to it. Half of her attention was focused on Suyu. Do you still have any objections? Suyu asked calmly as he looked at the 2 of them. Heiyue Langjun was shocked. When he had been struck, he had felt like an ant being stepped on by an elephant. The gap between him and this person was simply too great. Mr. Nan Wu was also shocked. Suyu's immortal-level cultivation technique was indeed shocking. However, his intuition told him that this was only the tip of the iceberg. The 2 of them were afraid and kept their distance. How could they dare to ask for the bamboo stick? Suyu looked away and floated down to a corner of the divine sparrow stage with the small Kailin. However, everyone present could feel that the corner was the center of the divine sparrow stage. Sheng Shuilian looked away and waited for a moment before saying, "Since this is the case, let the exchange festival begin." What they did not know was that the mysterious heavenly stage was located at the gap. This place was no different from the mysterious heavenly stage on the other side of the Zhenlong continent. However, there were many people here. There were at least 20 strong martial artists. Each of them was at least a fairy realm expert. There were even a few divine masters among them. One of them was Lu Chuyi, who had slept with Suyu before. She was sitting cross-legged in the corner, her eyelids twitching. She was clearly feeling uneasy. "Yia, do you have something on your mind?" A gentle voice filled with concern could be heard. Lu Chuyi's eyelids twitched a few times, but she still chose to open them. Pain, hatred, and an indescribable emotion flashed past her eyes. Lu Chuyi raised her eyes, and a handsome, refined, and gentle face was reflected in her eyes. Her bright eyes were naturally filled with warmth, and her cold and arrogant face was flushed with shyness. "I'm fine, Brother Taishu." Lu Chuyi called out softly, her eyes filled with deep infatuation. If Suyu were here, he would surely know that the handsome and elegant youth before him was the name that Lu Chuyi had called out after her first time had been stolen. It was the name of her beloved. On the other side, many experts looked over. Regardless of whether they were men or women, young or old, all of them revealed looks of envy. Lu Chuyi, the heavens-favored girl, and Jiyu Taishu, the dragon among men. Both of them are geniuses of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands that only appear once in 1,000 years. They are only 20 years old, yet they have already reached the almighty divine master realm. Jiyu Taishu, in particular, has already reached the late stage of the almighty divine master realm. He is already preparing to break through to the all creations realm. Indeed, the 2 of them are a match made in heaven. Only they are worthy of each other. I heard that the patriarch of the Purple Cloud Palace, who is also Jiyu Taishu's master, the true man of the Purple Cloud, is preparing to host their wedding personally. At that time, it will definitely be a grand occasion for the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. That is only natural. The true man of the purple cloud is one of the only two all creation's venerables in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. It is rare for him to come out of seclusion even once in dozens of years. If he were to appear, it would naturally be a grand occasion. Hearing the discussions, Lu Chuyi felt a sweetness in her heart. However, she realized that she was no longer pure. Her heart turned cold, and her eyes gradually dimmed. Yia, you have been stuck at the early stage of the almighty divine master realm for some time now. You are going to break through to the middle stage, so you need to calm your mind. You mustn't let any distracting thoughts get entangled in your mind. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to break through, Jiyu Taishu said softly. As he looked at Lu Chuyi's strange expression, he frowned slightly, and a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He didn't like the fact that Lu Chuyi was hiding things from him. At that moment, the few fairies who were watching the exchange festival exclaimed in surprise. Thunder escape. Isn't that the lost technique of the Thunder Emperor? Could it be that the Thunder Emperor's inheritance has finally been found? The Thunder Emperor was quite famous in Jojo, so his Thunder escape technique was immediately recognized. The Thunder Emperor? Jiyu Taishu muttered softly. He wasn't interested. However, all of a sudden, the fairies who were watching were startled. It was as if they had just witnessed something shocking. They all turned around to look at Lu Chuyi and Jiyu Taishu. Hey! Jiyu Taishu furrowed his brows. What are you looking at? When they heard him, the few fairies all had odd expressions on their faces. They all moved aside and didn't reply. It was as if they were afraid of offending him. Jiyu Taishu was slightly displeased, but he still wore a calm expression as he walked forward. He could clearly see the divine sparrow stage's every movement through the giant halo. He's just a lightning-based cultivator. Not bad. Jiyu Taishu casually glanced at Su Yu, who had easily defeated Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu. However, he suddenly stopped speaking. His brows gradually furrowed, and his gaze locked onto Lu Chuyi, who was beside Su Yu. Yia, do you know this lad? Jiyu Taishu looked at her warmly. Lu Chuyi was startled, but she still stood up and walked over to look at the divine sparrow stage. When his gaze fell on Su Yu, his pupils contracted, and a shred of hatred welled up in his heart. However, it was quickly replaced by bitterness. She couldn't forgive Su Yu, but she also couldn't hate him. Then, she swept her gaze over the stage and discovered that there was a young girl standing beside Su Yu. Her appearance was exactly the same as hers. Apart from the fact that she seemed young and immature, which didn't match her temperament, everything else was exactly the same. This. Lu Chuyi was startled. Why is there a young girl who looks like her by Su Yu's side? When she carefully looked at Jiyu Taishu, she discovered that his expression was somewhat unsightly. Brother Taishu, he is the returning principal faction's disciple, Yin Yu, whom I got to know when I was down there. Apart from that, I don't have any relations with him, Lu Chuyi said guiltily. She pursed her lips. She didn't dare to tell him that she had already lost her chastity to Su Yu. Oh, what's the matter with that young girl? Jiyu Taishu squinted his eyes. After all, who could tolerate a strange man carrying around a woman who looked like his fiancée? Lu Chuyi stared at him for a moment, and a golden light flickered in the depths of her eyes. She then said, "It seems like a shape-shifting spiritual beast, but it has taken my appearance." As she spoke, Lu Chuyi had a strange feeling in her heart. Why did Yin Yu ask a living creature to take my appearance and keep her by his side? Could it be that he fell in love with me after that one night? As she thought of this, the resentment in the depths of Lu Chuyi's heart faded slightly. Although he had taken her chastity, he wasn't a heartless person. After she left, he had even asked the living creature to take her appearance. Chapter 586. However, Lu Chuyi did not know that it was not Su Yu's request but the little Kailin's own transformation. This misunderstanding was really a coincidence. I know it's a living creature. I just want to ask why his spiritual pet would transform into you. Could it be that after spending some time with him, he started having improper thoughts about you? Jiyu Taishu stared at Su Yu with an unfriendly expression. Lu Chuyi's expression was unnatural. She stroked her hair and said confidently, "Maybe, slap." Jiyu Taishu slammed his palm on the ring. A cold light flashed in his eyes, which did not match his elegant demeanor. He trusted Lu Chuyi and did not think that she had done anything wrong behind his back. He was angry because everyone in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands knew that Lu Chuyi was going to be his woman. How dare someone try to take advantage of her? Good, when he comes out, I want to ask him who taught him. The Gui Yuan faction was under the jurisdiction of the Purple Cloud Palace. Even the master of the Gui Yuan faction had to call Jiyu Taishu uncle. How could a disciple of the Gui Yuan faction have the guts to take advantage of Jiyu Taishu's woman? Lu Chuyi's expression changed slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then said weakly, "Brother Taishu, forget it. I don't think he did it on purpose. He should know the difference between us. I'm sure he will understand if I tell him personally. There is no need for you to do it yourself." Jiyu Taishu calmed down after hearing this. Indeed, it was not appropriate for him to do it himself. Many people present would laugh at him. Jiyu Taishu nodded and retracted his gaze. He walked up to the third almighty divine master from the Purple Cloud Palace, the Yin-Yang old man senior brother Yin-Yang. "Are you sure that the real spirit divine egg that divine master Tumo stole back then is in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion?" Jiyu Taishu was very concerned about this. The Yin-Yang old man was the divine master who had used the ring to fill the gap. His hair was white, his left eye was black, and his right eye was white. He looked like a pair of yin and yang fish eyes. He was another disciple of the true man of the purple cloud. His strength had also reached the level of a terrifying late-stage divine master. "Junior brother, you don't have to worry. My eyes can see through yin and yang, and I can communicate with dead souls. I have confirmed from the dead souls in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion that divine master Tumo died in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. The real spirit divine egg that he stole from my teacher is also in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Moreover, according to the information we obtained, the Red Blood Palace's Mo Tianxian ordered the soul-seizing palace to look for the divine master Tumo's remains. However, for some unknown reason, the two groups of people sent by Mo Tianxian have both died. The soul-seizing palaces Cho Ziming and the Red Blood Palace's Shangguan Qing'er didn't appear at the exchange festival this time. If I'm not mistaken, something unexpected must have happened. I just don't know if they found the remains of Divine Lord Tu Mo." Upon hearing this, Jiyu Taishu frowned deeply. That real spirit divine egg is the most important thing this time. Even if we don't get it, we won't allow the Red Blood Palace to get it. As they spoke, both of them simultaneously looked at the three almighty divine masters on the other side. They were shrouded in demonic energy, and it was difficult to see their figures clearly. Seeing that Jiyu Taishu's attention had been diverted, Lu Chuyi heaved a long sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly, and she secretly observed Suyu through the ring. At the divine sparrow stage, the disciple who had drawn the first lot stood up and walked to the front, facing the crowd. Swoosh, with a flip of his palm, he took out a golden fruit. It was the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. Within the golden color, there was a tinge of green. This meant that it was not fully mature yet. Compared to the 80-year-old incredible feather spiritual pomegranate that Suyu had planted, it was at least 2 grades lower. "I want to exchange the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate for 2 crystals. I will not sell it for less." As soon as he said this, many of the people below the stage became interested. TSK, only 2 crystals. Only in a place like the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion would this person be so desperate to get rid of it that he would sell it for 2 crystals. Otherwise, in Jojo, he would need at least 3 crystals. We Outer Sanctum disciples can only get 1 vital energy crystal every year, and we need 3 years of accumulation before we can exchange for it. Moreover, we might encounter a situation where there is a price but no supply. "I want it." Someone immediately called out. "Wait. I want it too. I'll add on a crystal fragment." A peak half-god wandering martial artist had a passionate look in his eyes. The incredible feather spiritual pomegranate was extremely important to people like him, who urgently needed to refine spirit energy and condense vital energy. 2 crystals, 2 fragments, another wandering martial artist shouted. But as soon as he said this, people began to call out bids one after another. In fact, 40% of them were disciples from prestigious factions. It could be seen that the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate was a rare item even within the prestigious factions. In the end, the newly matured incredible feather spiritual pomegranate was sold for 2 crystals and 9 crystal fragments. Su Yu, who was observing from the side, also understood the use and value of the so-called crystals. Su Yu was not unfamiliar with crystals. The Eternal Stone King armor had once had a red crystal, and the vital energy it emitted could activate the armor. But now, it seemed that not only could crystals be used as a source of vital energy, they could also be used as currency in the Jojo continent. This discovery made Su Yu overjoyed. If Ling Xiaotian wanted to recover, he would need a large amount of vital energy. According to what Yunyazi had said, the only way to save him on the Zhenlong continent was to break through to the fairy realm. At that time, vital energy would descend and Ling Xiaotian could be saved. But now, there was a more feasible way to collect a large amount of crystals that contained vital energy. In Jojo, crystals were also very valuable items. They were divided into low-grade crystals, middle-grade crystals, and high-grade crystals. Usually, middle-grade crystals contained powerful vital energy, and they were not used as currency. Instead, they were used for cultivation. Finally, high-grade crystals were said to be rare in Jojo. Only low-grade crystals were used as currency. However, many people used them for cultivation, so they would not easily use them as currency. Hence, there were more crystal fragments. 10 crystal fragments could be exchanged for a complete crystal stone. Most people used fragments to exchange for it. After understanding this, Su Yu was filled with anticipation. He had plundered many treasures in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, and he did not know how many crystals he could exchange for. Second, Jin Chen, Sheng Shuilian said. Jin Chen stepped forward and mysteriously took out a jade box. He had an enigmatic smile on his face. I believe that the great battle that took place nearby 4 days ago is still fresh in everyone's memory. His words caused the noisy crowd to come to an abrupt stop. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. 4 days ago, disastrous fire and disastrous thunder had appeared one after another. Demonic energy had shocked the heavens, and a sea of blood had appeared. That mighty scene had shaken the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion several times. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Everyone in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion knew that an earth-shattering great battle had taken place there. Now that it was mentioned in front of everyone, who could remain calm? Chapter 587. Jin Chen took in everyone's gazes and was very satisfied. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Coincidentally, I was in the vicinity of the battle that day. Thus, when the battle ended, I was the first to rush to the scene." What? He was the first one? Everyone present couldn't help but look at the jade box at the same time. Most of them had actually investigated the battlefield, but very few of them had gained anything. Only the people who had come first had their own gains. Could it be that Jin Chen had discovered something incredible? That's right. Inside this jade box is a treasure that I found. Jin Chen opened the jade box and a fragment slowly floated out. That fragment seemed to be formed from pure lightning. Even though it was broken, it was still flickering with lightning. A fragment of a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, someone exclaimed. Semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts were magical treasures that only fairy realm experts could possess. Other than a few disciples with powerful backgrounds, ordinary half-fairies still mainly used divine artifacts. A semi-manufactured spiritual artifact fragment was considered a decent treasure. It's indeed very good, but there's only one piece. It doesn't seem to be that precious, right? Mr. Nan Wu was somewhat angry in his heart. Jin Chen had actually hidden such an item from him. Jin Chen smiled bitterly and replied, "Of course, one fragment is nothing, but what if there are hundreds of them? According to my speculation, a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact was crushed and destroyed in that battle." After saying that, Jin Chen waved his hand, and a large number of fragments floated in the air. There were more than 100 of them. Su Yu was dumbfounded. Weren't these fragments the Cosmos Thunder Sword? After being crushed by the demon, 1/3 of the fragments were permanently destroyed and turned into nothingness, while the rest were fragmented. Sheng Shuilian was also shocked and immediately looked at Xie Jingyu. At this moment, Xie Jingyu's face was as white as snow. She could tell at a glance that these were the fragments of the Cosmos Thunder Sword. She had personally witnessed Su Yu obtain this sword when she and Su Yu were adventuring in the Dragon Abyss of the 9 Underworlds. This sword was a memory shared by both of them. How could she be mistaken? If Su Yu was still alive, why would the Cosmos Thunder Sword shatter? The sword shattered, and the man died. The last strand of hope in Xie Jingyu's heart completely collapsed in front of the shards of lightning. Regardless of whether she believed it or not, Su Yu had already met with a mishap. She had also witnessed the terrifying scene that day. How could Su Yu still be alive under such earth-shattering might? His body trembled uncontrollably as his spirit crumbled. His eyes were empty and vacant. "No, he won't," Xie Jingyu murmured. She staggered to her feet, turned into a cloud of water vapor, and disappeared into thin air. Sheng Shuilian looked in the direction of the battle between humans and devils 4 days ago, and sighed softly. She didn't chase after them. Su Yu only noticed a flash of water vapor. It seemed like someone had left, but he didn't pay much attention to it. "State your price." Heiyue Langjuan's eyes flashed with interest. It was not that he had never seen a spirit artifact before, but a lightning Dao spirit artifact was rare. "Tell me, I also want to see what's so special about this sword." Mr. Nan Wu's lips curled upwards. The others all revealed looks of interest. 10 crystal stones. Jin Chen said a number. Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu both furrowed their brows. It was obvious that the price was too high. If it was a complete semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, it would probably cost more than 100 crystal stones. However, now that it was only a broken one, 10 crystal stones was indeed too expensive. 10 crystal stones. Just as they were hesitating, a rough voice suddenly shouted out. Su Yu looked over and saw a person wrapped in a black robe. That voice was very familiar. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu used his soul eyes to see through the black robe. He then saw the head of a ferocious flood dragon. Gang Daily. Su Yu almost cried out in alarm. The person who had bid was actually Gang Daily. He didn't expect that they would meet here. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Su Yu gave up on the idea of meeting him. He was currently hiding his identity, so it wasn't appropriate for him to show his face. Hey! Hearing that someone was bidding, Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu hesitated for a moment before joining the bidding. However, the competition wasn't that intense. After Gang Daily bid once, he didn't make another sound. Among the people present, only Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu could take out 10 crystal stones in one go and continuously increase the price. If an ordinary person could accumulate 10 crystal stones in 5 years, it would be considered pretty good. If they were unlucky, they could only accumulate 10 crystal stones in 10 or 20 years. So, how could they be willing to spend it on a fragment of a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact? As for the elders who were watching the auction from the mysterious heavenly stage, they were all at least at the fairy realm and possessed their own semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts. So, why would they be interested in such a fragment? The two of them continued to compete. In the end, Heiyue Langjun couldn't reconcile with them and was bought by Mr. Nan Wu for 11 crystal stones and 6 fragments. While Sheng Shuilian was announcing the ownership of the fragment, she looked at Su Yu with interest and asked, "Mister, you possess lightning techniques, but aren't you interested in this Thunder Sword's fragment?" Su Yu clicked his tongue. This was the item that he had given up on, so why would he be interested in it? However, if he had known that even a fragment could be sold for 11 crystal stones, he would still have kept the Cosmos Thunder Sword's fragment. "Let's continue. If there is something that interests me, I will naturally bid for it," Su Yu said calmly. Sheng Shuilian looked at Su Yu deeply, then continued, "Next, let's invite Heiyue Langjun." All of a sudden, Xie Jingyu, who was beside Sheng Shuilian, stood up. Heiyue Langjun, who had taken a step back, grabbed the third bamboo stick. Heiyue Langjun stepped forward and took out 2 treasures from his bosom. They were both things that he had obtained from many historical remains. The first item is the Luotian Fu from the Luotian ruins. It is rumored that this is a poem written by an almighty divine master using his soul. After activating it with vital energy, it can create the image of the Luo Shun, which possesses the fighting power of a half-fairy. It is a treasure that can only be found by luck, and I want to exchange it for 5 crystals. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. What? A fighting power of a half-fairy? His words caused everyone to be tempted. After all, this was tantamount to being able to do whatever one wanted under the fairy realm. However, its flaw is that it can only be used once a day, Heiyue Langjun continued. This was within everyone's expectations. After all, if it could be used countless times, it wouldn't just be worth 5 crystals. At the very least, it wouldn't be any weaker than the semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts fragment. 5 crystals. 5 crystals and a fragment. The crowd started bidding one after another, spending all of their money to purchase this item. This was especially the case for the wandering cultivators, as this was a life-saving charm. In the end, it ended up in the hands of a bearded man. After obtaining this treasure, he immediately left the divine sparrow stage and looked for a place to hide. He was extremely cautious. Heiyue Langjun nodded in satisfaction. When he started to introduce the second item, he glanced at the sky out of the corner of his eyes. Even now, none of the elders on the mysterious heavenly stage had shown any intention of exchanging for it. Heiyue Langjun was filled with anticipation as he opened the jade box of the second item. It was a black bone. There were faint traces of weathering on the bone, which made it seem very ancient. Chapter 588. As you can see, this is the skeleton of a divine master demonic beast. It is an important material for crafting spiritual artifacts and treasures. This time, I am only asking for an exchange. If anyone has the hair of a lunar beast, they will only need 3 strands to exchange for this treasure. The skeleton of a divine master demonic beast. Many people secretly sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes were filled with passion. There were many divine master humans in every faction, but divine master demonic beasts were extremely rare. Their bones were the best material for crafting all kinds of spiritual artifacts. Even if they were available, they would be worth dozens of crystals, which was equivalent to half a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. This item was an eye-opener for them. Heiyue Langjun had really obtained a great fortune. Even Mr. Nan Wu could not help but squint his eyes. However, the entire place was silent. The lunar beast was a special kind of terrifying ferocious beast in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Its cultivation was at least at the fairy realm, and its whereabouts were mysterious. Even an almighty divine master might not be able to capture it alive. The hair on their bodies contained a very strong yin-based aura, and it was the best material for crafting yin-based treasures. In the market, it was even rarer than the bones of a divine master demonic beast. Heiyue Langjun's asking price was like a lion asking for a lion. Everyone present knew that Heiyue Langjun did not expect them to offer anything. He was counting on the many seniors who were watching. However, even after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from the mysterious heavenly stage. Heiyue Langjun's face stiffened. He was a little unwilling. Hihi, it's my turn now. Mr. Nan Wu laughed. He was happy to see Heiyue Langjun being humiliated. Heiyue Langjun was replaced by Mr. Nan Wu. I only have 1 treasure to exchange for. Mr. Nan Wu took out a palm-sized stone from his chest. On the stone, there was a strange imprint of a door. The door was obviously an imprint, but it was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a real door. That item caused Suyu to be shocked. He was very familiar with this door. In his soul, beside the divine 9-dragon cauldron, there was a door quietly floating. This was the door that Suyu had discovered the second time he had entered the underground ruins of Shinyu Island. At that time, he had even encountered the plaited bamboo hat man sent by the 9th Saint Master. When Suyu broke open the stone wall that contained the divine decree, the mark of a door appeared and was imprinted on Suyu's soul. Until now, Suyu still had not figured out the use of this door. I don't know what this door is for now, but I can guarantee that it is extremely precious. That's because I've discovered a lot of spirit artifact fragments around this object. The value of this item is immeasurable. How much you can give is up to you. Everyone on the Divine Sparrow stage looked at each other. No one knew what this door was. Just as the item was about to be sold, a transparent shadow suddenly descended from the halo above the 9 heavens. After the virtual shadow landed on the ground, it immediately arrived in front of Mr. Nan Wu. It then grabbed the stone with the door in its hand and examined it carefully. This scene caused the entire crowd to boil. The seniors of the 9 prefectures were really attracted here. However, things were not over yet. Another 5 fairies' virtual shadows descended one after another. They rushed over with solemn expressions and surrounded the stone, carefully observing it. Floating life door. It can't be wrong. The few fairies exchanged glances, while grave looks appeared on their faces. To think that something like the floating life door still exists in this world. It can only exist in a place like the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Floating life door? Suyu listened carefully. Yes, it was this door that summoned the demon. Almost all of the humans in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands were eaten by this demon. Summoned demon? Suyu was worried. After fighting with a demon once, Suyu did not want to experience it a second time. Furthermore, the demon they were talking about was a real demon, not a demon formed by the strand of demon's hair. Even now, no one has been able to find out who did it. Whoever controls this door can control the demon that was summoned. Hehe, is there even a need to say more? Besides that lord, who else could it be? The group of fairies seemed to have mentioned a forbidden existence, and they all stopped talking. After a long time, one of the fairies looked away and shook his head. This is just the shadow of the door projected by the floating life door. It is not the floating life door. If you are interested, feel free to exchange for it. After saying this, the fairies left one after another. Finally, only the fairy who had descended first was left. He thought for a moment, then put the stone back. It is just a piece of trash. After saying this, all of the fairies left. Mr. Nan Wu was startled, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The thing that he had regarded as a treasure was just a piece of trash. Heiyue Langjun laughed. Hehe, do you still not understand what the elders mean? If you treat it as a treasure, keep it for yourself. Mr. Nan Wu glared at him. What is so funny? If I am lucky enough to obtain the floating life door, I am afraid you will not be able to laugh anymore. Indeed, Heiyue Langjuan's expression turned serious. It is better not to make such a joke. The elders do not think it is funny. Mr. Nan Wu's expression turned serious, and he shut his mouth. That demon had massacred the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and eaten countless people. It was the nightmare of the human race. Such a joke should not be made. Suyu's heart trembled. He had the floating life door. Could it be that he could use this door to summon a demon and control it? Thinking of this, Suyu fell into a state of shock. Even when Sheng Shuilian called out to him twice, he still could not react. Number 6, it is your turn, Sheng Shuilian repeated for the 3rd time. Only then did Suyu come to his senses. Suyu stood up and walked forward. He thought for a moment, then took out a middle-grade divine artifact. It was one that he had obtained from the human king of the soul-seizing palace. Once he took out the item, the people present lost interest. They did not lack divine artifacts. Heiyue Langjun smiled. He had thought that Suyu would take out an earth-shattering item. He did not expect it to be a low-grade divine artifact. There were many people who had the same thoughts as him. Who wants this? Suyu waved the black demonic hammer. After a moment, a wandering martial artist, who was a demonic cultivator, took out a crystal fragment. 1, no more. A middle-grade divine artifact could only be sold for this price. Suyu was overjoyed. It was a pleasant surprise that he could sell a fragment of a middle-grade divine artifact. Originally, Suyu had only wanted to give it a try. Clang. The continuous clanging sounds startled the people who were distracted. When they looked over, they were shocked to see that the ground beneath Suyu's feet was filled with divine artifact. The lowest grade was a middle-grade divine artifact, and there were a few high-grade divine artifact. The grade of the treasures was average, but the number was shocking. There were at least 30 to 40 of them. There were demonic artifacts, and there were Confucian artifacts. You could think of anything. That's the soul-seizing palace's divine flying ship. No, there's also Cho Ziming's blood sword. Also, that's Ju Jin's tiger-breaking knife from the Yufeng faction. There's also Yang Yidao's Yuchang sword from the Gui Yuan faction. What caused the crowd to be in an uproar was that these treasures had come from the various factions of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Land. This caused the crowd to be in an uproar. Why were all their Dharma treasures here? Even Cho Ziming and Yang Yidao's treasures were in the hands of this person. Thinking about their disappearance, the crowd looked at Su Yu as if they were looking at a demon. Chapter 589. There were so many treasures, which meant that the owners of the treasures had all met with misfortune. After one person had met with misfortune, it was luck that the mysterious youth had picked up their treasures. But if everyone's treasures had been picked up, there could only be one possibility. It was him who had killed them. The crowd was agitated, but Su Yu's expression was calm as he said, "Silence." His words contained the power of the Buddhist saint's 8 characters, and the crowd quietened down. Who I am is not important. The life and death of the treasure's owners have nothing to do with you. Now, you only have one thing to do. If you want the treasures, exchange them with crystal fragment. A middle-grade divine artifact, 1 fragment. A high-grade divine artifact, 3 fragments. First come, first served. The crowd was stunned, but a clever person reacted. I want the blood sword and Yuchang sword. 6 fragments, all for you. These words jolted the crowd back to reality. Their life and death had nothing to do with them. Now was the best time to obtain the treasures of these disciples, especially Cho Ziming and Yang Yidao. These 2 famous outer sanctum disciples had treasures that were definitely worth more than 3 fragments. In an instant, dozens of treasures were being fought over. In the end, Su Yu had obtained 40 crystal fragments, which was equivalent to 4 crystals. At the mysterious heavenly stage of Jojo, many elders of the prestigious factions had ugly expressions. Especially the soul-seizing palace. Cho Ziming, who was ranked 10th among the outer sanctum disciples, had been sent to search for Divine Master Tu Mo. His treasures had been auctioned, so he had obviously met with misfortune. Jiyu Taishu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Lu Chuyi. Even the items of the Gui Yuan faction? Could it be that he had assassinated his fellow faction members? Jiyu Taishu was suspicious of Su Yu's identity. Lu Chuyi also felt that something was amiss. The number of disciples and wandering martial artists that Su Yu had killed was a little too many. He had killed them all, but he had actually dared to openly sell their items in front of the elders of the faction. Was he afraid that they would not know that Su Yu had killed their disciples? When the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion ended, he would be transported here. When that time came, who could protect him? What was worse was that as a disciple of the Gui Yuan faction, he had killed his own people. Was he crazy? For the first time, Lu Chuyi was suspicious of Su Yu's identity as a disciple of the Gui Yuan faction. Hehe, what a good disciple. He even killed a disciple of our wind-riding sect, said a woman whose body was wrapped in a cold wind. Among the many treasures, she saw Ju Jin's black saber, the tiger-breaking saber. The same angry snorts rose and fell. Lu Chuyi didn't know what she should do when the time came. She didn't know whether she should protect Su Yu or just watch from the sidelines. On the Divine Sparrow stage, after a round of looting, Su Yu collected the 40 fragments with satisfaction. Alright, the sale of the divine artifacts is over. Now, let's sell something else. Su Yu raised his hand and waved it. Instantly, 3 golden fruits appeared in the jade box. 20-year-old mysterious feather pomegranate, 3 crystal stones for 1, no bargaining, first come first served. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience gasped in disbelief. What? 20 years? Once the profound feather spiritual pomegranate matured, it would usually be eaten by wild beasts. For it to be able to safely grow for 20 years, unless it was artificially bred, it was absolutely impossible. As for artificially bred, the survival rate was unimaginable. There had never been an incredible feather spiritual pomegranate older than 30 years on the market. There was once a 15-year-old incredible feather spiritual pomegranate that had appeared in an auction had been sold for a sky-high price of 10 crystals. The incredible feather spiritual pomegranate's ability to refine spiritual energy was even more powerful the older it was. It was said that a 20-year-old incredible feather spiritual pomegranate could allow the person who consumed it to achieve the cultivation of a 2 crystals half-fairy. It was a miracle. But now, it only required 3 crystals. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures dashed forward like the wind, fighting over the 3 incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. Even Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu, who had completed their vital energy crystals, were tempted. However, due to their pride, they couldn't fight over it. Just like that, the 9 crystals were successfully obtained. Those who were slow to react or had clearly reacted but were sent flying were filled with regret. The opportunity had been right in front of them, but they had missed it. Cough, cough, you are too close. Suyu waved his sleeves. At that moment, the crowd had already gathered their focus and was staring at Suyu. Many of them had even surrounded him. If a treasure appeared in Suyu's hands, they would be able to snatch it. At the mysterious heavenly stage of Jojo, Jiyu Taishu looked at Suyu and curled his lips. You are all useless trash. The rest of the fairies did not say anything. However, at that moment, Suyu, who was standing on the divine sparrow stage, said, there are some other items that you can bid for. A thumb-sized purple shadow flew out of Suyu's hand and floated in the air. It was a ferocious-looking little bug, and its whole body emitted a ferocious aura. The corpse of a fairy realm demonic beast. Moreover, it has been preserved perfectly. The crowd cried out in surprise. I offer 3 crystals, someone immediately shouted. Get lost. How could you embarrass yourself with just 3 crystals? Even the lowest grade corpse of a fairy realm demonic beast would be worth at least 10 crystals. This bug was extremely rare, and it was obviously a fairy bug that was unique to the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. I'll pay 15 crystal stones. Someone actually shouted out a high price of 15 crystal stones in one breath. 15 crystals. Suyu was satisfied. I offer 16 crystals. Heiyue Langjun said embarrassedly. Mr. Nan Wu's eyes flashed as he looked at the bug's corpse. I offer 17 crystals. The 2 of them had put down their pride and joined the bidding. They knew that such a bug could not be bought for just a dozen crystals in the outside world. They would need dozens of crystals. Even if they did not need it, they could still sell it for a profit when they returned to Jojo. Nan Wu, do you have that many crystals with you? Heiyue Langjun laughed coldly. Don't bid recklessly. If you don't have any crystals, I think this brother here will teach you a lesson. Mr. Nan Wu laughed and said, just take care of your wallet. I am determined to get it. 18 crystals. Heiyue Langjun increased his bid. Mr. Nan Wu continued to chase after him. The 2 of them chased each other until the price reached 28 crystals. In the end, it was Heiyue Langjun who could not take it anymore and lost. Suyu was delighted to have obtained 28 crystals in one go. In addition to the 13 crystals he had obtained earlier, he now had 41 crystals. The vital energy contained in such a large number of crystals could almost save Ling Xiaotian's life. In Jojo, Jiyu Taishu frowned slightly. You are lucky to have picked up a poisonous bug's corpse. However, it is still trash. Right at that moment, Suyu waved his sleeves and cleared out a large space. There is still one more. Everyone, make way. After clearing out the space, a giant toad suddenly appeared. Hiss, another fairy realm demonic beast's corpse. Moreover, it was just killed. Heiyue Langjuan's eyes lit up. Brother, I want this fairy realm demonic beast. Mr. Nan Wu's cheeks twitched, but he could only watch helplessly. The poisonous bug had already depleted his savings. However, right at that moment, an urgent shout came from the opening above them. Wait, let me take a look at this demonic beast first. The crowd froze as they saw an elder of the fairy realm descend from the opening. The elder of the fairy realm had actually been attracted here. On Jojo's mysterious heavenly stage, Jiyu Taishu was startled. This is the extinct white-eyed fire glass frog. It actually attracted old Monster Yu's attention. Jiyu Taishu looked at the white-eyed fire glass frog and could not bring himself to say that it was trash anymore. The expressions of the other fairies changed as well. It is said that the blood of this frog is the best material for drawing high-level fire element talismans. It is really unimaginable that this lad could kill such a creature. If old monster you had not taken a fancy to it, I would have also gone down to exchange for it. However, with old monster Yu's temper, I would not dare to compete with him. The one who spoke was a later stage fairy, and his face was bitter. Old monster Yu seemed to have a very special position among them. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the fairy realm, but even later stage fairies did not dare to provoke him. Chapter 590. At the divine sparrow stage. Looking at the old man's silhouette descending, everyone made way for him. Suyu looked at the shadow with interest. It was not an illusory body, but an illusory body. It seemed like even though the Jojo Almighties had forcefully opened a gap, they still could not easily enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Even though it was broken, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was still a fairy artifact. Regardless of whether it was a fairy or an almighty divine master, none could break a fairy artifact. Lu Chui's experience was proof enough. Suyu wondered if an all-creation old monster would be affected if he personally came. This thought suddenly popped up in Suyu's mind, but it disappeared in a flash, and he immediately rejected it in his heart. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was only for disciples below the fairy realm to train. Although the resources were plentiful and even attractive to divine masters, to an all-creation old monster, unless it was the entire mysterious heavenly divine pavilion itself, the things inside would not be enough. Why would they personally come to such a place? Shaking his head, Suyu looked at the descending shadow. Although it was only a shadow, its facial features were clear, and its figure could be seen clearly. The old man in front of him was wearing a red robe. His body was surrounded by sparks, and he had a serious expression. "What do you want to exchange for?" the old man asked straightforwardly. His eyes were fixed on the white-eyed fire glass frog, and he did not look at Suyu. Suyu calmly smiled. "What can you give me?" The old man raised his head slightly, looking at Suyu for the first time. Without thinking, he took out a thumb-sized mechanical puppet from his sleeves. It was in the shape of a puppy, and its appearance was ordinary. It did not seem special at all. This was the first time Suyu had seen such an item, and he could not help but feel curious. He quietly looked at the gazes around him, only to discover that they were all looking at the puppet with envy. People like Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu, who were more knowledgeable, were shocked. It was as if the old man had given them such an item, which was far beyond their expectations. It seemed like a good item. "Deal." Suyu quickly replied, throwing the white-eyed fire glass frog's corpse over. The illusory figure of the elder expressionlessly grabbed the white-eyed fire glass frog and threw it through the gap into the 9 states mysterious heaven stage. "I need the blood essence of a spiritual creature of the universe to craft a puppet." Although this white-eyed fire glass frog's cultivation level is average, it is an extinct creature. To other people, it might not be worth such a price, but to me, it is worth a hell dog puppet. The old man was very fair, and he did not want to take advantage of Suyu. Blood essence. Suyu's eyes flickered as he took out 2 jade bottles. One of them contained a drop of golden blood that was brimming with Buddha nature. The other one was filled with a drop of black blood, giving off a ghostly aura. The former was the essence blood obtained from the ghost-suppressing golden ring. It was unknown whether it was the soul old man's or someone else's. The latter was a drop of blood essence extracted from the Ghost King's arm. According to the Ghost King, his blood essence had a strong purifying effect on Suyu's bloodline of the evil ghost and could strengthen his bloodline. However, Suyu was cautious and had never used it rashly. As the 2 jade bottles appeared, the old-fashioned old man glanced at the ghost blood. The blood essence of the divine master Ghost King. Although it has lost much of its spirituality, it is rare and precious for a half-fairy like you to obtain it. Although he was moved, the old man was not too interested. When his gaze swept past the drop of golden blood, his eyes gradually narrowed, and his expression gradually turned serious. "Can I take a closer look?" The old man walked over, his gaze fixed on the drop of golden blood. He was a little surprised. Su Yu was stunned, and he threw the drop of golden blood over. He thought to himself, was the original owner of the ghost-suppressing golden ring really not ordinary? He could be sure that it was not the soul old man's blood essence. After examining the drop of golden blood for a moment, the old man's expression became more and more surprised. Could this be the blood essence of the Buddha of all creations? The Buddha of all creations. A Buddhist cultivator at the level of an all creations old monster? Lad, where did you get this drop of blood essence from? Do you have any treasures that belonged to the blood essence's owner? The old man's gaze was bright. Swoosh! At that moment, 2 fairy realm experts came down from the gap. My friend you, this is not good. Even you cannot break the rules, the 2 of them, who were dressed in purple, said to the old man. The old man raised his head coldly and looked at the gap above him. It was as if he could see the many experts above through the light screen. He snorted. You are really anxious. Are you that afraid that I will find the blood essence of an all creations old monster and make a puppet that even you are afraid of? His question was not meant to threaten them, so it was not considered breaking the rules. The 2 of them had clearly been instructed by the other fairy realm experts to stop him. The old man was a unique existence in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Although his cultivation was not the best, his attainments in making puppets were unparalleled. It was said that he could make a puppet with the battle power of a divine master. Although it could not be used for a long time, it was still shocking enough that no one dared to provoke him. Because of this, the faction that he led also rose in status and became one of the top forces among the 18 factions. Who would dare to let him obtain the blood essence of an all creations old monster and make an even more terrifying puppet? At that time, not only would the fairy realm experts be anxious, but even the almighty divine masters would be afraid. My friend you have misunderstood. We are just worried that you will accidentally violate a taboo and be blamed by many of our peers. The 2 of them smiled warmly. How could they admit that they were the people on the mysterious heavenly stage of Jojo who had allowed them to come? As they spoke, they looked at Su Yu. Little brother, we also have research uses for this drop of Buddhist blood essence. How about this? Give it to us, and we will owe you a favor. How about that? The positions of the 2 of them were very subtle. They stood between him and the old man. It seemed like they were preventing the old man from making trouble, but in reality, they were making it easier for him to snatch it. A favor? Su Yu laughed coldly in his heart. How could he have the nerve to use such a trick to trick a wolf with nothing at all? They felt very good about themselves, as if they thought that their favor was very useful. That formless arrogance, when compared to the old man's cold face and righteous heart, was really annoying. Su Yu smiled calmly. I'm sorry, elders. Since Elder you saw it first, as long as he can give me something that satisfies me, it will naturally belong to him. As for the rest of you, please line up. Hearing this, the geniuses at the scene inhaled deeply in their hearts. Making 2 later stage fairy realm experts line up. Was Su Yu crazy? The 2 smiling fairy realm experts were still smiling. In such a situation, they would naturally not be so infuriated. However, their eyes were flickering with an obscure coldness. Little brother, you still don't know who we are, do you? The 2 of them laughed softly, but the coldness in their eyes did not seem like they were laughing. He, Su Yu despised them in his heart. They were slandering the old man with the surname Yu for breaking the rules, but they were the ones who had really broken the rules. They had secretly threatened Su Yu. Such behavior should have been condemned unanimously. However, the mysterious heavenly stage of Jojo did not respond. Who cares who you are? I decide what is mine. Who are you to interrupt? Su Yu coldly berated them. No matter how high their cultivation was, they were just shadows without actual power. Why should Su Yu be afraid? No matter how shrewd they were, being berated by a junior in front of them had caused them to lose face. How could they remain calm? Ha ha ha. Well said. The old man with the surname Yu looked on coldly from the side. Hearing such words from a junior like Su Yu, even someone as rigid as him burst into laughter. Separating the 2 later stage fairy realm experts, the old man looked at Su Yu with a smile. I decide what is mine. You have guts. If anyone dares to take revenge on you in the mysterious heavenly stage, they will have to go through me first. Swoosh. At the same time, the old man shook his sleeves and threw out a palm-sized spider puppet. It was very intricately made, much more advanced than the hell dog. Even the materials used were extraordinary. The two people's expressions changed. A puppet at the later stage of the fairy realm? Old monster you, how could you be so generous? Hearing this, Suyu was shocked. This spider puppet had the fighting power of a later stage fairy realm expert. The silver puppet was a peerless ferocious creature that had swept through the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, but it only had the fighting power of a later stage fairy realm expert. How could this spider puppet have such fighting power? Elder you, this item is too precious. Although my Buddha-like essence blood is precious, it is not worth this puppet. I cannot accept it. Suyu returned it with both hands. Chapter 591. Hearing this, Suyu was puzzled. He didn't even know who the old man in front of him was, so how could he please him? However, after the old man's reminder, many people secretly nodded. This kid's scheming is not shallow. It's not easy to leave a deep impression on Yu Tianzi. This old monster has an eccentric personality. He won't be sentimental for no reason. Since the old man had said so, Suyu wouldn't put on an act. He thanked him, then put away the puppet. At the same time, Suyu's interest in puppets grew. A middle-stage fairy was able to refine a late-stage fairy puppet, or even a divine master puppet. The puppet path was really unfathomable. If he could learn a thing or two about it, it would greatly improve his fighting power in the future. This was especially the case since Suyu had obtained the silver puppet's main body. If he could refine it again, he could restore the silver puppet and bring it to a higher level. Lad, you did well. The two late-stage fairies looked at Suyu coldly. This lad had got an old monster use protection and a puppet that wasn't any weaker than theirs. What a good scheme. After saying this, the two of them soared into the sky and returned to Jojo. Old monster you glanced at them, then flew into the sky expressionlessly. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't ask for the puppet crafting technique. They had just gotten to know each other, so it would be foolish of him to impart the puppet crafting technique to him just because he had a good impression of him. It wasn't appropriate for him to ask for it now. Suyu remembered old monster Yu's face. If he ever reached Jojo, he would definitely pay him a visit. Okay, let's move on to the next one. You've been delayed for too long. Jiyu Taishu looked down calmly, his resonant voice echoing through the air. Suyu was startled. He still had 2 items that he hadn't taken out. Wait, I still need some time. I have 2 items that I need to exchange for, Suyu said. Hearing that indifferent voice, his heart shuddered. Is it another almighty divine master? However, Suyu's sharp senses detected that the voice seemed to be slightly cold towards him. There is no need. Let's exchange for someone else, Jiyu Taishu said calmly. Sheng Shuilian frowned slightly. According to the rules, the exchange of items depended on how many treasures Suyu had taken out. Forcefully driving Suyu away was a violation of the rules. However, no one on Jojo's mysterious heavenly stage dared to question Jiyu Taishu. He was the strongest god lord present. Even if he were to rob Suyu in front of everyone, no one would say anything. The yin-yang old man glanced at Suyu, then calmly withdrew his gaze. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Whether or not the Divine Master Tumo's relic will be discovered depends on the next person. I hope they are disciples of the forces under the jurisdiction of my Purple Cloud Palace. Upon hearing this, Jiyu Taishu cast a glance at the 3 Divine Masters of the Red Blood Palace and nodded lightly. That's right, those 3 old fellas are really quite troublesome. It'd be best if our side's disciples get it. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to use forceful methods. In other words, he was prepared to snatch it. Old man Yin-Yang nodded subtly. The 3 people from the Red Blood Palace were also paying close attention to the exchange meet. Once Divine Lord Tumo's treasure appeared, a fight over it would be unavoidable. Suyu furrowed his brows and walked down. He still had 2 damaged items from Divine Lord Tumo that he had yet to take out. In the secret room that led to the Evil Ghost Valley, Su Yu discovered a corpse, a remnant scroll, and a broken sword. The small Kailin was sealed within the corpse. Even though the remnant scroll and the broken sword were damaged, they should still be worth a few crystals. However, after weighing the 41 crystals that he had accumulated, Su Yu's thoughts became clear. The crystals that he had used to save Ling Xiaotian were enough, and it wouldn't matter if he had more or less. With such a mentality, Su Yu regained his composure and returned to his corner to observe the exchange meet quietly. Half a day had already passed. On the mysterious heavenly stage, the divine masters gradually furrowed their brows. They still hadn't found any clues. Could it be that no one had found Divine Master Tumo's corpse? They were getting more and more pessimistic about the remaining group of people. Overall, the remaining group of people were far weaker than the previous group of people. Moreover, the stronger they were, the higher their chances of finding the Divine Master Tumo's corpse were. Su Yu was also furrowing his brows. Sure enough, it was unrealistic to find the blood of a real dragon and the lightning-avoiding silver pearl from these ordinary disciples. In the past half a day of the exchange meet, only one fairy realm expert had come. Apart from that, there were only ordinary items. Swoosh. At that moment, the exchange meet was nearing its end. A youth in a black robe, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, walked forward. His voice was low and hoarse as he said, "I need 9 thunder herbs. If you have them, I will give you a satisfactory price." He didn't take out the items that he wanted to exchange. Instead, he was buying them in front of everyone. "Thunder herbs? 9? Are you joking?" Heiyue Langjun laughed softly, his laughter filled with self-mockery. Even the fairy realm elders can't obtain such an item. It can only grow in extremely dangerous places. It's hard to find even one in the market. What right do you have to pay a sufficient price for it? Is this person preparing to go through the tribulation and start making the lightning-avoiding armor? I'm afraid he's looking for the wrong place. Everyone here is in existence close to the fairy realm. If he doesn't have it himself, how could he sell it? We can only depend on the elders above. They might have some treasures. Sheng Shuilian looked at him and reminded him, "Please take out the treasure that you want to display first. Only then can they choose whether or not to exchange with you." The black-robed man hesitated for a while, as if he was unwilling to display his treasure in front of everyone. After struggling for a while, he clenched his teeth and took out a piece of amber. Amber was the sap of a kind of divine tree, and once it was condensed, it wouldn't melt even after 10,000 years. It's amber from an ordinary tree. Is this the price you are talking about? Heiyue Langjun snorted disdainfully. Don't waste everyone's time. However, his words stopped abruptly, and his eyeballs, which were staring deep into the amber, gradually shrank. That is. Shunyu Langjun was somewhat uncertain, so he stood up and walked forward to observe it closely. Mr. Nan Wu's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "Brother, may I ask where did you get this amber?" Heiyue Langjuan's arrogance disappeared, and he cupped his fists and smiled politely. The black-robed man didn't reply, as he didn't seem willing to answer. Mr. Nan Wu's gaze shifted. "Brother, do you only want the thunder herb? Do you want crystals?" Unexpectedly, the black-robed man sneered. "Crystals? How many crystals do you have? Can you afford it?" An anxious look appeared in Mr. Nan Wu's eyes. He was just about to speak when a thunderous voice echoed from the sky. "All of you, back off. The blood of a real dragon isn't something that you can covet." Swoosh. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion shook, and a giant phantom image descended from the sky. Compared to the fairy realm, this person's phantom image was more than 10 times larger, like a giant. Who else could it be other than Jiyu Taishu who had that refined yet arrogant face? He, the strongest divine master, had actually descended personally. Swoosh. Swoosh. Then, the phantom images of the yin-yang old man and Lu Chuyi descended behind him at the same time. On the other side, the phantom images of the 3 divine masters of the Red Blood Palace also descended. He, the blood of a real dragon, I can't be mistaken, can I? It's actually such a thing. The divine master of the Red Blood Palace, who was the leader, chuckled as he looked at the blood of a real dragon. Below the stage, Su Yu's pupils contracted. The blood of a real dragon had appeared. Chapter 592. Suyu laughed bitterly. The blood of the real dragon that he had been searching for so long was in the hands of someone close to him. Gang Daily possessed the bloodline of the flood dragon, so it was possible that he could find the blood of the real dragon, but he had not realized this beforehand. Now that 6 almighty divine masters had arrived, the fight for the blood of the real dragon would be fraught with difficulties. 9 thunder herbs. Jiyu Taishu raised his hand and waved. 9 spiritual herbs that were glowing with a 5-colored radiance appeared from his sleeve. They were indeed the thunder herbs. Hihi, hold on. I have some too. The leader of the Red Blood Palace's Almighty had long purple hair. He laughed sinisterly and threw out the 9 thunder herbs. Kid, give us the blood of the real dragon. Even if there are 99 of them, I will find them for you. Jiyu Taishu raised his brows, his eyes cold. Zi Qiancho, are you going against me on purpose? The blood of the real dragon is of little use to you. Hihi, Jiyu Taishu, why ask when you already know the answer? The blood of the real dragon is of little use to us demonic cultivators. But it is very important to you, Jiyu Taishu. I heard that in order to break through to the All Creations realm, you are refining the 9 spirit fairy elixir, which requires the blood essence of 9 types of ancient real spirits. Once the elixir is successfully refined, it will be the moment you break through to the All Creations realm. Do you think we will sit back and do nothing? If the Red Blood Palace's Qianxian Palace Master hears about this, what kind of punishment will we get? Jiyu Taishu snorted and turned to look at Gang Daily. Give me the blood of the real dragon. The rule of first come, first served must be followed. He was the one who had expelled Suyu and broken the rule first. Now that he was involved, he wanted to follow the rules. Suyu's heart sank as he watched the 2 parties fight for the blood of the real dragon. Thunder herbs were extremely difficult to obtain for half-fairies, but they were not difficult to find for almighty divine masters. At that moment, Gang Daily looked up at the 2 parties and shook his head. Do you think I am easy to fool? Or do you think that I will give you the blood of the real dragon because of your high status? Do you really want to exchange the blood of the real dragon with just 9 thunder herbs? The value of a true dragon's blood was far greater than that of a thunder herb. 1 drop of true dragon's blood could not be exchanged for even 100 thunder herbs. The 6 divine masters pretended not to know anything because they were certain that they had Gang Daily in their grasp. Gang Daily had to hand it over whether he wanted to or not. This was clearly using the strong to suppress the weak, bullying the weak. You were the one who said that you wanted to exchange for the thunder herb. Why? Are you going back on your word now? Jiyu Taishu's gaze turned cold. The exchange festival does not allow people to go back on their word. This is the rule. Gang Daily was calm and composed. He said unhurriedly, the rules of the exchange meet are that I have the final say in my things. I do want the thunder herb, but don't take out the ordinary thunder herb. Don't think that you've got me. If you can't take out something that I'm satisfied with, even if I have to destroy the blood of the true dragon, you can forget about getting it, Gang Daily said. The expressions of the people from both sides froze. High-grade thunder herb? What they took out were all thunder herbs that had just ripened, about a foot long. Sure, without hesitation, Jiyu Taishu took out 9 more thunder herbs. They were 2 feet long, and they were at least 20 years old. Are you satisfied now? Jiyu Taishu's face was filled with displeasure. The thunder herb grew a foot every 10 years, which meant that its value had multiplied by several fold. Even for him, he had spent a lot of effort to collect 9 20-year-old thunder herbs through a mission issued by the faction. Zi Qiancho furrowed his brows and silently stored the ordinary thunder herbs. Mature thunder herbs were extremely rare, and it was already difficult to find one, let alone 9 of them. Gang Daily's eyes lit up. 20 years was not an easy task. Although it was still incomparable to the blood of the true dragon, he knew that to be able to find 9 20-year-old thunder herbs in one go, it was mostly due to luck. Jiyu Taishu had probably collected them because he had a use for them. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to collect them all. Gang Daily opened his mouth slightly and was about to nod his head in agreement. Wait. Su Yu, who was standing beside him, stood up. This was his last chance. I also have mature thunder herbs. Gang Daily looked at him. Su Yu's generous offer was still fresh in his memory. His eyes shone brightly as he asked, "How many do you have?" "A mature one." "It's just one," Su Yu said. Jiyu Taishu furrowed his brows. It was one thing for an almighty divine master of the Red Blood Palace to compete with him, but a nameless little pawn dared to challenge him? Moreover, it was a little ant who had indecent thoughts about his fiancée. "A 30-year-old thunder herb? Can you shut up now?" Jiyu Taishu took out a 3-foot-long thunder herb from his sleeves. 3 feet meant that it was 30 years old. Zi Qianqiu was stunned. 30-year-old? That's the highest age ever recorded. Jiyu Taishu, you're really lucky to have prepared such a large amount of thunder herb. This stalk of thunder herb of the highest age forced Su Yu to retreat. "If you don't have any problems with it, let's trade," Jiyu Taishu said indifferently. He had not even looked at Su Yu once. Gang Daily was overjoyed. 30 years was the thunder herb's growth limit, so he could not ask for more. Okay, however, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yu opened his mouth and asked, "Is a 30-year-old thunder herb very rare?" Jiyu Taishu did not even look at him as he said indifferently, "It's not rare, but it's not something someone like you can take out." Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. "I really can't take it out." "Then shut up. You're too noisy." Jiyu Taishu shouted coldly as he strode forward and grabbed the real dragon blood. Su Yu said calmly, "You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. I really can't take out a 30-year-old thunder herb, but I can take out an 80-year-old one." Swoosh. Su Yu raised his hand and a 3-foot-long jade box flew out of the ring on his fingertip. A 5-colored fairy plant lay quietly in it. It was indeed a thunder herb, but its color was unusually bright, and the 5-colored light was a little blinding. In comparison, the 30-year-old thunder rumbling grass was much dimmer. 30 foot long? Zi Qianqiu, who was standing beside him, was shocked. Thunder herbs were just ordinary fairy plants to divine masters like them. However, 80-year-old ones were unheard of. Thunder herbs were extremely difficult to grow, and it was very difficult to grow them artificially. Even the few that did could not survive past 20 years. As for those that grew in the wild, they would usually be eaten by demonic beasts the moment they matured. Only some dangerous places that even demonic beasts could not get close to could survive for 20 years. As for the 30-year-old thunder herb, excluding the demonic beasts, the most important factor was the environment. Only a suitable environment could allow it to grow for 30 years. The 18 blessed and heavenly lands were vast, but there were very few places that were suitable for the growth of thunder herbs. Hence, it was already rare for a 30-year-old thunder herb to appear. As for a 40-year-old thunder herb, it was unheard of. Chapter 593. Everyone's mind was in a daze. How did this thunder herb grow? Jiyu Taishu's face was stiff, and his eyes were gloomy. The lifespan of a thunder herb is only 50 years. Where did you get an 80-year-old one? The crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, a thunder herb only had a lifespan of 50 years. Was this really a thunder herb? We'll know once we test it. Su Yu smiled calmly, then threw the jade box to Gang Daily. I think you have a way to test it, right? Gang Daily was exchanging thunder herbs without restraint, so he would naturally be prepared. Hence, he would have many ways to test it. Of course I do. Gang Daily's eyes shone with excitement. With a swoosh, Gang Daily took out a small cauldron from his chest. 3 beast heads were carved on it, and it looked very delicate. This is a magical artifact specially used to test thunder herbs. Once the thunder herb is placed in it and vital energy is injected into it, the 3 beast heads will react and spit out halos. The number of halos represents the corresponding grade. For example, the deer head represents the spirituality of the thunder herb. The highest 9 halos represent the 9th grade spirituality of the highest grade. The rabbit head represents the purity of the thunder herb. Even though it is a divine herb, it will still absorb impure energy and be contaminated with impurities. The eagle head represents the resistance to lightning. This is the most important indicator. After all, the thunder herb is used to resist the lightning disaster. After the introduction, Gang Daily said, "You may begin." Wait. All of a sudden, Jiyu Taishu spoke and tossed the 9 stalks of 20-year-old thunderherb over. Check mine first. Gang Daily did not understand, but he still took it. He looked at Su Yu, asking for his opinion. It doesn't matter. Let him do it first. It was the first time Su Yu had learned that the same spiritual herbs had different grades. He wanted to see how the spiritual herbs grown in the supreme growing soil were different from the spiritual herbs grown in the natural environment. After receiving Jiyu Taishu's signal, Gang Daily grabbed a 20-year-old thunderherb, tore off a part of its root, and placed it in the small cauldron. As Gang Daily injected spiritual energy into it, the small cauldron trembled slightly, and the 3 beast heads gradually changed. First, the deer head spit out white halos amidst the trembling. 1, 2, 3. The 3 halos overlapped in the air and were extremely clear. 3rd grade spirituality. Not bad. The thunderherb spirituality will gradually fade as it grows older, just like how a person grows old, gets sick, and dies. It's rare for it to have a 3rd grade spirituality in 20 years. It's even stronger than many newly matured thunderherbs. Gang Daily's eyes lit up in surprise. The corners of Jiyu Taishu's mouth curled up slightly, and he said mysteriously, "Let's talk after you've seen it." Confusion appeared on Su Yu's face. Why is Jiyu Taishu so confident? Next is the rabbit's head. It's time to test its purity. The purity of the thunder grass is the aspect that affects its grade the most. Even if the environment is slightly polluted, it's very likely that it won't even reach the 1st grade. And in a good environment, it's usually only at the 3rd grade. Gang Daily paid close attention to the rabbit's head, but he wasn't too interested. At this moment, the rabbit's head began to spit out a pink halo. The halo was hazy and beautiful. 1, 2. Gang Daily revealed a satisfied expression. Not bad. 2 strands. This means that the environment in which they grew up is not bad. However, the rabbit's head that had paused for a moment actually started to spit out pink halos again. 3, 4. What? 4. Gang Daily was shocked. Then, he exclaimed, "Wait, there's more." The rabbit's mouth started to spit out more. 5 rays, 6 rays, 7 rays. At this moment, not only Gang Daily, but even Zi Qiancho was shocked. A 7th grade purity? How could there be such a purity in this world? It's impossible. Suddenly, Zi Qiancho seemed to have thought of something, and he asked in shock, "Could it be that you went to the fairy mountain?" Jiyu Taishu stood with his arms crossed, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "What do you think?" Hearing this, Zi Qiancho secretly sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he had just heard some shocking news. Gang Daily's face was filled with shock and excitement. The higher the purity, the more durable the armor would be after it was weaved. 7th grade purity, this was extremely rare. All of a sudden, Gang Daily started to consider whether he should give up on Su Yu's thundergrass. Continue. Jiyu Taishu revealed a meaningful look. Zi Qiancho took a deep look at Jiyu Taishu, and when he looked at Su Yu, his gaze was filled with pity. Su Yu saw all of their expressions, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that the fairy mountain was some special place? Could the spiritual herbs from there be special as well? It's starting. The eagle's head indicates that it has lightning resistance. A mature 10-year-old thundergrass with good lightning resistance would normally have 3 halos, and a few of them would have 5 halos. The overall grade of this thundergrass will be determined at the end. Gang Daily was excited. These 20-year-old thundergrass had given him many surprises. Zi Qiancho's gaze shifted, occasionally glancing at the real dragon's blood in Gang Daily's hand. If Gang Daily really decided to make a deal with Jiyu Taishu, they might have to resort to extreme measures. Although it would annoy Jiyu Taishu, he would not have the guts to kill them. Buzz. The eagle's head started to vibrate, and it spat out 3 halos from its mouth. 3 halos at the beginning? Gang Daily was extremely satisfied, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Buzz. Buzz. As expected, after a short pause, the eagle's head continued to spit out more halos. Another 2 halos were spat out. 5 halos, the lightning resistance is among the best. Gang Daily was extremely satisfied. His attention had already shifted from Su Yu's thunder grass to the 9 unusually special thunder grass. At that moment, the eagle's head spat out the last halos. 6 halos. It's already at the top grade. Gang Daly was overjoyed. These 9 thunder grass were of excellent quality, and the thunder armor made from them would definitely be more effective than expected. Old man, I didn't disappoint you. I didn't let you raise me for nothing. Gang Daly thought to himself excitedly. In summary, the spiritual qualities were 3rd grade, the purity was 7th grade, and the lightning resistance was 6th grade. All in all, it was a 5th grade thundergrass. Moreover, it was a 20-year-old thundergrass. Are you satisfied? Jiyu Taishu said calmly. The examination is over. A 5th grade thundergrass was extremely rare, and Gang Daly was extremely satisfied. He didn't need to examine Su Yu anymore. Gang Daly hesitated for a moment, then looked at Su Yu. Brother, I'm sorry. I think these 9 thunder grass are more suitable for me. Swish. Is that so? Can you let me test your magical treasure? Su Yu didn't say much, but asked for the magical treasure that could examine the thunder grass. Gang Daly shook his head and threw the magical treasure to Su Yu. In his opinion, Su Yu's examination was no longer necessary. The older the thundergrass, the lower its spiritual qualities. After 80 years, it probably didn't have much spiritual qualities left. The overall grade of this thundergrass was probably not even 2nd grade. The sparks in Zi Chencho's eyes shone even brighter. The worst-case scenario had really happened. Let's trade. We've wasted enough time, Jiyu Taishu said calmly. Gang Daly looked at Zi Chencho and the other 2 warily. In other words, it wasn't safe to trade here. Humph. Just give it to me. They can't take what belongs to me. Jiyu Taishu laughed coldly. They had already shed all pretenses of cordiality and were ready to fight over this. Lu Chuyi and the yin-yang old man, who had followed them, were both on guard, ready to strike at any time. The 3 divine masters of the Red Blood Palace had cold looks on their faces. Once Jiyu Taishu obtained the blood of a real dragon, the 9-spirit fairy elixir would be 1 step closer to completion. When that day came, the 18 blessed and heavenly lands would probably give birth to a 3rd all-creation old monster. No matter what, they couldn't let Jiyu Taishu obtain the blood of a real dragon. The 2 sides were ready to fight, and a great battle was about to break out. However, right at that moment, a hurried and crisp sound rang out clearly in everyone's ears. As everyone looked towards the source of the sound, they were all petrified. They saw Su Yu holding the magical treasure and examining his thunder grass, as if there was no one else around. The deer head, which represented its spiritual qualities, was continuously spitting out many halos from its mouth. At the same time, the deer head seemed to have come to life. It was full of spiritual qualities, as if it was about to leap out of the magical treasure. The shocking scene caused everyone to fall silent. Even the elders on the mysterious heavenly stage looked as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at the 9 halos in disbelief. 9 halos, spiritual qualities, 8th grade? After a long time, Gang Daly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His voice, which had a different tone, could be heard. The spiritual qualities of an 80-year-old thunder grass had actually reached the 8th grade. Even a newly matured thunder grass couldn't reach such a level. It's only at the 8th grade. Su Yu shook his head in disappointment. He had assumed that the spiritual herbs cultivated by the supreme growing soil would be perfect in all aspects. However, there was still a small gap between the 8th grade and the highest grade, the 9th grade. Hearing this, many people came back to their senses. They were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues. What kind of joke was this? A 6th grade spiritual quality was already considered extraordinary, while a 7th grade spiritual quality was legendary. As for an 8th grade spiritual quality, even the elders who had set up the grade setting had never imagined that a thunder grass's spiritual quality could reach the 8th grade. Impossible. A gloomy and cold shout resounded in the silent divine sparrow stage like a clap of thunder. Jiyu Taishu raised his finger and pointed it at Su Yu. Examine it again. During the great battle, no one had noticed Su Yu's actions. Hence, it was possible that he had done something to it. Suyu turned a deaf ear to Jiyu Taishu's words and continued to instill his vital energy. The rabbit's head trembled slightly as it spat out a pink mist. What was different from before was that the rabbit's head had turned completely pink. It continuously spat out a large number of halos, instead of stopping for a moment. Counting the light circles in the sky, there were a total of 7 of them. They were almost the same as the thunder grass that had been taken from the fairy mountain. 7th grade purity. Could it be that this is also a thunder grass taken from the fairy mountain? Zi Qianqiu was shocked. Although there was a place in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion that could nurture thundergrass, it was impossible for it to nurture such a nature-defying spiritual herb. Only 7th grade purity? Suyu slightly furrowed his brows. However, the rest of the people were still shocked. If the 8th grade spiritual quality had been tampered with, then the fact that it was a 7th grade purity was indisputable. It was another thunder grass that was so pure that it made one's hair stand on end. Gang Daily's eyes were filled with excitement. Both its spiritual quality and purity are of the highest grade. Moreover, it has been growing for such a long time. This is simply unimaginable. The older it was, the more spiritual quality it would lose, and the more impurities it would accumulate. However, all of this had been turned upside down in front of this 8-year-old thunder grass,